Good morning, everyone. We will commence shortly. If you could just give us 1 minute. Thank you. Fantastic. Good morning to everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Advocate Zanyuwen Tatisia Sare. I am a tech lawyer, the CEO of Digital Legal, and a member of the UNECA task force. This morning, you're joining us for the Africa Open Data Internet Research Foundation and Circus University session, which is our launch, session 83 of the Internet Backpack. So we've had a series of sessions building up to this particular one. We've really been talking about what the issue is on the ground, why there's a dire need for this particular backpack, and why we are fighting and convening here for meaningful transformation from a digital perspective, why we need to connect the unconnected, and why we need to play an integral part in achieving this particular objective. So I'm not going to take too much of your time because I do know that this should really be more of an interactive session, wanting to hear everybody's opinions and statements, because the only way where it will come to tangible solutions is by co-creating and ensuring that we refine each other's approaches. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the floor to my colleague, Dr. Wisdom Donko, the Executive Director of Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, on my side, who will just give us some opening remarks, and then we'll proceed with the business of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zanyuwe. As she said, my name is Wisdom Donko, the Executive Director for Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. Yes, I'm so happy that we've gotten this far. I remember the time I was on the mark from 2016 to 2018. I was co-coordinating the connecting and then enabling the next billion. And so that is where we actually started working on consultation with the public to get feedback as to how or the approach to which we have to use in terms of connecting our rural communities. I remember then there was a lady called Marilyn Cade. May her soul rest in peace. She's late. She used to mentor me, and she's mentored a lot of us, including our chair for the task force, Pons Late, and then Lee himself. So I remember it was Marilyn Cade that introduced me to Lee at that time, and that was the time where we're doing all the discussion on community network, but then the missing link was the electricity part, and that was where Marilyn introduced me to Lee, and then he also has been within the space for some time now, and he has been doing research on it, and thankfully here we are with the backpack. He's the co-inventor of this backpack, so we have the person himself here, and he'll be responding to the questions that will come. So as part of this program, the Africa Open Data is collaborating with Syracuse University so that we have this program in connecting the rural communities with this backpack within our continent. So without taking much time, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much for that welcome statement, wisdom, and just giving us a background of where this whole story comes from. I'm going to put a few ground rules for today. If we can just keep our messages as concise as possible, I will stop once your time that has been allocated has run. So I'm going to open the floor to Dr. Daniela T. Smith from Syracuse University, who's going to give us our opening remarks for this session. Thank you very much. Dr. Daniela, please take the floor.
Greetings, good morning to all. I would like to begin by thanking the federal and local representatives of the government and the people of Ethiopia for your kind hospitality in hosting the forum, the IGF forum, and for giving us the opportunity to participate. The launch of the Africa Community Internet Project has provided an important opportunity for all of us here to learn from each other as to how the internet can continue to be effectively deployed to work towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and our own professional and personal goals. This is not a vertical, but rather a horizontal conceptualization of goals and policy formulation. The speakers today include representatives of many different institutions, and I am excited to be able to learn from their diverse perspectives. As such, I thank you again for this opportunity to learn about the Africa Community Internet Program, and I turn it back to you, Sanyewe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Daniela, and we thank you for being here and really being part of this initiative, an integral part, I must say. But I think before we proceed, I'd like to just acknowledge the presence of honorable members. Our Honorable Mapetri Atile from Botswana. Thank you so much for joining us. I've been seeing your face in many of our sessions, so he's part of the family now. And so I'm going to go back to our main objective for today, which is really getting us to start the conversation and getting the show on the road. So I'm going to open up the floor. I just want to, Dr. Lee, we've got a presentation, correct? Okay, so we're going to open up the floor to Dr. Lee McKnight from Syracuse University, and he's going to present to us, and then we'll go into the use cases. But let's start. Dr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming and attending, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to share with you our work, and very excited to work with the Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, and all of you here in the room and beyond to take this work forward to help the 37% of the planet and we know the percentage is much higher here in Africa, that is still unconnected here in 2022. Those of us privileged to be in this room or online know how difficult the last few years of the pandemic have been, and how and almost unimaginably difficult they would have been if you were unconnected. So this is an attempt, an effort to bring innovation to the edge to people not yet connected, and we'll proceed from here. So why are we launching the Africa Community Internet Program? It's to first bring this particular innovation. Here we go. Now I got it right. Okay, so we're going to, some of you who were at our very first session would recognize these slides, so this is a repetition, but if you haven't been here before, this will be a refresher. We'll talk through the kind of approach we're taking and why the affordability of a shared resource that can be deployed anywhere on the planet within minutes and set up and connect any community on the planet, anywhere across Africa, certainly within minutes, can make a difference. Also because of the affordability of this approach versus more infrastructure-centric approaches. And I will say something briefly about the Costa Rican deployments, but we also have live from Costa Rica colleagues here that will tell you more. If I don't convince you, hopefully they will, on the impact that this technology can have for real people and real communities and real lives. Oh, and let me just go back, because on the record, I am a co-inventor. I was on the board. I've been off the board of the company that makes these for over a year. I'm not here representing the company. I'm here as a professor. And my financial conflict of interest is managed by Syracuse University, which will be very happy that I told you all this before we proceeded. Okay, so the IMCON Internet Backpack, which is the name of the company that makes it, includes a number of technologies for affordable edge compute and connectivity anywhere, as I said. It's prepackaged, it's right here in the room. We can see it later, come by our booth later. If one is within reach of a Wi-Fi, you can connect over Wi-Fi at Wi-Fi speeds. If you're not within reach of an existing Wi-Fi network, it will search for a cell tower. It can search across a couple different networks. If it can find a cell network, it will connect to a cell network. Inside the backpack, built in are very large antenna and a cradle point router, which is the device down at the bottom right. So if you can reach a cell tower, and even when your cell phone itself has no bars, the cradle point permits reaching what would be a too-distant cell tower for your personal phone to reach, and then you can amplify and boost the signal. That's one of the key aspects. Also in the pack, it's not just, it includes a foldable solar panel, a battery, so it's also a little mini microgrid. So it's sustainable power and connectivity. Again, it's not just sustainable, it can't just connect anywhere, it can be sustainable connectivity indefinitely, because overnight you can recharge everything in the pack through the solar power and the battery. The key aspect to make this work on the edge and on remote communities and provide a stable internet connection, and this is where we're disclosing, again, my financial conflict, but the patent was awarded for the edgeware software that provides a stable internet connection where otherwise one would not have a stable internet connection at the edge. And there's a couple phones and devices, and next year it would be tablets and other mesh networks. Okay, so carrying on from this is meant to be super easy and simple. The instructions are essentially 3 steps to provide secure cloud-managed mobile connectivity. The design parameters are for up to 25 users and 250 devices, while in fact, my colleague sitting next to me did not listen, and she connected 500 people the other week in Ghana to this one internet backpack. It also can provide mesh networking. So again, I think I already got all this. So essentially what we're taking advantages of is the power of sort of cloud managed services to provide ways to connect essentially remote communities, which are all kind of mini ISPs. Each pack is its own mini ISP of users that can be supported remotely, so you don't need any professional in any community. An quote-unquote internet backpack operator, which certainly could be anybody here in the room, is a qualified internet backpack operator, and we don't need any degrees or credentials. You just need to watch 5 YouTube videos that we have in English and Spanish, and you all could translate into any of the 3,000 African languages, and again provide similar training and support readily to your communities. The example in Costa Rica we are referring to is thanks to an Internet Society Foundation grant, and going back just momentarily to note that this work and the technology has been developed in cooperation with the Internet Society from its earliest phases and every step of the way, and we're very grateful for that support, which enabled our next speaker, one of our next speakers, to connect multiple remote communities. Now we get to a key aspect of this. We ask about the affordability. From one perspective, this is, again, far more affordable than any alternative because it does not presume any new infrastructure investment. So otherwise, you assume you have to put in some new infrastructure. But the backpack itself right now is around $15,000, as somebody might ask me. The key parameter to keep in mind is the usage charges. If we have to use a satellite internet antenna that comes in the pack, that is pricey, expensive data, but that means that's why we can claim we know we can connect anywhere. If we can connect to a mobile service, that still costs something because we're paying, a mobile carrier for the data charges. So for planning purposes, you have to think about the data charges and how to sustain the payment for those going forward. At some scale, these backpacks alone are not enough. At some scale, we would recommend wireless networks that would, terrestrial wireless networks that could provide, again, access then to Wi-Fi, which would increase the affordability of connectivity. Province of size of Tigray province here would be roughly 30 million. Finally, to conclude here and keep things moving before I get yanked, we think with this technology, which has been refined, again, I want to do a shout out in spirit to Marilyn Cade, who brought and introduced us. This technology was debuted at the 2018 Internet Governance Forum in Paris. At that point, it was more primitive. It wasn't ready for prime time. This is now ready for prime time. It's already in a dozen countries. It's able to scale. And it could, we believe, help lead to digital transformation, not just for rural and urban poor communities, and with the launch of the Africa Community Internet Program, accelerate connecting the unconnected and achieving sustainable development goals by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Lee. And thank you for really just wrapping up. I know you've done this presentation before, but I think every time you say it, we just learn something new. You come with a different angle. So I'm going to open up the floor to Stefan online? All right, great. To Stefana Catani, the from the Ministry of Communications in Costa Rica. Stefana, I just want to confirm, can you hear me? Stefana, can you hear me? Okay, so what we might do is we might swap it around until the technical team sorts that out. I'd also then call Jane Santiapia Okere from Ghana to just speak on really just the use cases of the internet backpack in Costa Rica, and then we'll go online. Oh, pardon me, in Ghana. Sorry, you can see this is an international backpack. It's confusing me. Jane, is this your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Jane, please take the floor.
Okay. Sorry, I think Addis hasn't helped me a lot because of the altitude. My voice and everything is almost gone. But I'm determined to tell you my joy and what I'm doing. There's a saying in my local language in Ghana is that when you find something that is good, you bring it home. And therefore, when I found a backpack, I decided to bring it home to Africa to implement it so that we can help people in the rural and underserved community. My research is to bring the internet connectivity to rural areas to train teachers to use digital tools that are already online that they can't even get access to in order to help the children. We found out that the Ministry of Education has a lot of resources online, but when you are in a rural area where you can't find internet connectivity, how do you access these resources in order to train the kids that you have in your classroom? They don't have it, and therefore they will use the old information that they have to train these kids. So I decided to take I decided to take the backpack to a rural area for us to train kids. Okay, so the picture you see over there, although it's tiny, that's the rural area library that one of the MPs in Ghana has the vision of building. He has about 14 libraries in his district, and this is one of them. So we decided to go to a library and implement this process over there in order to train the teachers. And I'll tell you why we decided to go to a library. But knowing very well that rural teachers don't have access to anything, I mean, when it comes to electricity, water, and the rest, these teachers are sacrificing their time because they can decide to go to urban areas to teach. But since we all know that children that are born in rural areas did not decide that they want to live over there because their parents are there, their parents are farmers, fishermen, all those, that's where they have to be. And then we don't always have to move to the urban area to succeed in life. And so training the teachers will always help the kids to also succeed when they move to high schools or when they move to universities. Now, this is the inside of the library that we decided to do our presentation. The reason why we decided to use a library, the village that we went had 5 schools. We could have decided to use one of the schools or just go take the backpack and go to one school and do that, connect the internet backpack. But we decided to use the library because it's a centralized location whereby teachers can go and use the internet and the computers. The children can go, father, mother, everybody in the community can access the internet from the library. So that was the main reason why we decided not to use individual schools, but rather use a centralized location in a community whereby everybody will gain access to the internet. Now, we brought in about 34 teachers. And at first, we were a little concerned that we might not get the teachers to come in, but we were surprised that when the time came, the teachers were coming. And the reason why I put this woman with the baby behind her was that this woman was very determined to learn something on the internet so that she can share with her children. Although her babies were bothering her, she decided that I have to be here to learn something in order to share with my children in the classroom. And that was very touching. Now, the first day we set the system up, we came back the next day, and surprisingly to us, one teacher was so happy previously that he brought his kids of about 23 children to the library to come and see how to use the computer and also how to get online. That was a success at that time because we had done the presentation less than 24 hours, and this teacher had brought the kids here, and you could see that the children were so into what the teacher was trying to teach them, and that's what we want. We want the teachers to have the power so that they can train our next generation. We don't want our next generation of kids to fall into bad companies or to fall into a group whereby they won't be able to express themselves in different ways that will let them prosper in the future. So this teacher's attitude was something that we were looking for. We actually were not looking for it right away, but it happened 24 hours when we brought in the backpack. Now, I also get feedback from the library that the librarian always sends me information saying that this teacher comes in with the library is now like a field trip for the schools. So they bring in their kids, have the computers, set up the internet, and the kids will be learning stuff on the internet. It's something that we are really, really proud. I, for myself, I'm very proud that I took on this opportunity to bring something home to where these kids are not able to get it, but now they take it and they're able to tell their parents that I went to the library and I was able to finish my homework that my teacher gave me. Now, the librarian also reported to me that some children will come in by themselves, not with their teachers. They'll come in by themselves and learn how to use the keyboard and at the same time learn how to connect to the internet. What do we want now? This is what we want for our children. Most of us are able to get on the internet wherever we are, but this is what we want for our kids who are in the rural areas who are disadvantaged. And the same picture over here that kids are learning how to use it. So what I want to bring to you all today is that this backpack, working backpack that you see over here was really working, and it connected these teachers and is still connecting the children that goes to the library. The librarian gave me numbers stating that since we started on November 17, 270 270 kids have walked in to use the backpack by themselves, not just with their teachers, but the kids themselves walk in to use the internet that we have provided. So this is the key that we want for our communities. And I hope you will find something important here and reach out to your government so that we can bring in this backpack to help our young kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that use case. I just want to confirm if Stefano, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Fantastic. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen with you all very briefly. Just one moment, please. Can you also see my screen?
Yes, are you going to play a video?
Yes, I'm going to play a video just as the background, but I'm gonna be talking.
Okay, fantastic. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let me just. All right, dear members of the IGF community, thank you very much for providing this space. According to national institutions, there are currently 600,000 people without internet connection in Costa Rica, creating a digital gap that is even more evident between the Central Valley and the coastal and rural areas where communities in situation of poverty have been left behind in the access to technological opportunities. For years, many of these communities have fought an uphill battle trying to draw attention to the problem and obtain solutions, only to keep finding themselves in the same place, affecting them in many ways. Access to the internet is crucial for operationalizing education, employment, health, and even democratic processes. The delay in accessing this vital service, which constitutes a fundamental human right, has led these communities to underdevelopment and extreme poverty. And yet, there seems to be no prompt solution from the institutions in charge of solving this issue. This critical issue is why we at Demolab teamed up with the Internet Society Foundation and Syracuse University to provide a short-term and efficient solution to close the digital gap in Costa Rica. Initially, we mapped out the areas in the country where the internet connectivity lacked most using the Social Progress Index created by INCAE Business School. Once mapped out, we worked closely with community leaders and members to identify those communities in these areas that would be impacted more positively by having access to an internet connection. Through this process of free, prior, and informed consent, we found the communities we were looking for, but most importantly, understood their specific necessities, which opened our eyes to a whole new perspective on how communities adapt their realities to a shared internet connection and how this guarantees the right to self-determination. Having identified these communities and gone through a process of introduction and trust building, we presented them with the solution we were providing, the Internet Backpack. Initially, the backpack was designed to temporarily restore connectivity in war zones and cities hit by natural disaster. However, it also became an opportunity to connect remote and rural communities worldwide without an internet connection. The backpack connects to the internet through a satellite connection to use in more remote locations or through a cellular connection to use in communities with access to some connectivity infrastructure. So far, we have delivered backpacks to three different communities in Costa Rica: Los Angeles and Las Delicias in the North Pacific region of Costa Rica, and El Palmar in the Central Pacific region. Among these three communities, we have connected over 1,000 people, including 500 plus children that did not previously have a connection to the internet, providing them with a tool to improve their lives through education, job, health, and even democratic processes. And although they've only had this tool for some months, we have already started seeing a significant impact on these communities with high ambitions and expectations for themselves and their children's future. The best example of this is Alcides, a 20-year-old from Los Angeles community who is the first person in his community to go to university and now is better motivated and encouraged to finish his studies and do a master's degree abroad, thanks to the new world of possibilities that the access to the internet has opened for him. I want to invite you all, just as Alcides did, to dream of a better future where no one is left behind and we all have access to the same opportunities. We hope that the work we have done in Costa Rica serves as the blueprint and inspiration to all of you working on closing the digital gap around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Stefano. I think both yourself and Jane have really drawn a picture, a very vivid one of, the impact, the use case, and just seeing the communities that are being positively affected by these backpacks. So I'm going to open up the floor to I think we'll start with Mr. Poncelet Leleji, the chairperson of the UNECA task force for IGF. Poncelet, if you could please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator Zaniwe. I think Professor Lee and colleagues have really done a great work in creating something that is needed. What Stefano, when he was presenting, I just thought of the RightsCon conference that will be taking place for the first time since we had all this lockdown in Costa Rica next May, I think. I think for a lot of activists who work in very marginalized and vulnerable situations, this backpack is very important to them. In as much as possible, it will serve a lot of schools in the global south, but we have to understand that someone was telling me yesterday when we were in informal drinks that, oh, this backpack should be in some certain communities in Ethiopia, in Tigray, to help them go to school and all these places with the shutdown. And these are the sort of things that this backpack can do, in communities that are really affected in one way or the other by not having the right access. So I want to assure our community here that, especially within internet freedom activists that I work with a lot, Team Community Africa, we'll make sure we'll get the word around about this backpack to help marginalized communities. And I thank the whole team working behind this. If you look at it cost-wise, you think it's expensive, but if you look at the technology behind it, that $15,000 working in tandem within really a multi-stakeholder environment, I think we can raise it for various communities in different parts of the world to make use of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those contributions, and you touched on a very pertinent point, Poncelet. Critical mass, it really does need a lot of people to come together, make orders. At the end of the day, economies of scale. When a lot of us come together, order as one, and ensure that we split it out, it really does lower the costs. So looking at the economic factors there and seeing how that can impact a broader base of our African populace. So I'm going to open up the floor to Honorable Mepato Rietile from the Republic of Botswana. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. To our presenters, I have to start by saying I'm here representing African Parliamentary Network Internet Governance. Even though I came from Botswana Parliament. But the most important thing that we have to look at the backpack is, the key issue here is internet backpack affordability. That is very, very paramount. And we have to take into the cognizance that once the backpack is being launched massively in Africa, it's going to cause a lot of uproar in the service providers. And the most important thing, since we have the tech attorneys, they must prepare the policy or regulations to make sure that if the government is not willing to regulate the backpack to go into the mainstream of the economy, the private member's bill can be submitted by any individual member of parliament to make sure that we regulate the backpack to be in a different country legally, not illegally. Because once we can let it go. For, tomorrow you will be frustrated because it won't be, it won't find its way into the African continent in some areas. So the regulation is very, very paramount to make sure that we reinforce the idea of the solution-orientated people who decided to say, no, the people are suffering somewhere in this mother planet Earth. Let's come up with a solution that we can really give them the other side of the world to know what is really taking place. The regulation is key to this issue. And one other thing that we have to share with you is under the APNIC, I have to give you the assurance that you have a family. We will be with you all the way, not halfway. We will be with you all the way to make sure that in Japan, when we meet, we're going to report a massive milestone of the backpack, the impact of the backpack in the continent, of this African continent. Because right now, the APNIC is the first of its kind to be launched under the IGF, and the IGF committee have decided that they're going to roll out into European, American, Latin America, Asian, to make sure that we going to have the same forums in a different continents. So this is very, very paramount, because the issue that we will be tackling here, once those structures have been set, they're going to benefit from this, because the capacity building, it will be there. I so submit, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much for that. And I think yet again, key points being touched on, looking at the legalities around absorbing this product within communities and ensuring that we're not ultra-vires or acting outside of what the law says, and ensuring that, you know, lawyers start working with this innovation or developing technologies, which I think has been one of our biggest things, where we'll talk about how law, justice, or the legalities around technology itself are just not developing at the same pace. So ensuring that, you know, we're 1, 2, 3, if not 5 or more steps ahead. And I think we will definitely hold you to that, the commitment from APNIC, saying that we are one family, and you'll definitely be with us every step of the way, which I think is quite important, creating those networks, creating those communities to ensure that there's sufficient rollout, but also buy-in from different countries, and ensuring that we do get not just one little part, but entirely the entire Africa feeling the effects of what meaningful transformation from a digital perspective would look like. So I'm going to open up the floor for discussion. I can see that there are hands. I've already acknowledged one. So I think we'll start with that. I just want to ask a question before we do that. Are there any questions online from the tech team? Okay, so I'll take that as a no. If you can please just introduce yourself, where you come from, and then your question. If you keep it brief for us, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sunfai from the Gambia, and IGF Youth Coordinator, and also an active member as an executive currently. I think this topic is a very relevant topic to say, because looking at the African concept, internet, as you just mentioned, it's a very, very difficult. People like myself, who has been brought up, schooled in the provinces, never have opportunity to connect until I finish my school and get back to the urban area. So, and I have, apart from my social, I have an association that calls Tech for All Gambia. And currently, we have an initiative which is called Community Lab, which intends to build a community lab in the rural Gambia to connect school, just like this backpack. But the challenge coming back to that now, because we reach out to people for support to build that community lab, but people don't really understand the benefit of those community labs, because already they have the opportunity to be connected and they're using the internet. Forgotten people like me at the provinces don't have that access, and we are still using the same schooling system. We all sit for the same exam, but then the opportunities are quite different. In that case, I have two questions. It could be a clarification, because coming up with all this initiative, as an ISAC member, we plan at some time building a community lab. But most of the time, the challenges that we have is coming up to resources, like spectrum resources, because regulations are not in place like in my country. which allow community like NGOs or organizations coming up with initiatives like this and got resources from the regulation. From your experience, I want to understand, and just to follow up what he was saying, because I'm not sure in Ghana if they have any regulation in place, and if there is, how did you guys work with the regulations to make sure that this was implemented? And if probably we can all learn from that and then see how best we could work towards that, implementing the same thing in the African region. Second question would be, when it comes to the sustainability and maintenance of this backpack, who is responsible and how do we maintain these resources for the next 15 to 20 years in our community? Thank you.
So I'm going to take a round of questions and then we'll answer them. But thank you for that. A really good question. So I'm going to take the gentleman over there on the right and then we'll go to you, sir, immediately after. Please take the floor, sir. Please introduce yourself and keep it brief.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Gilbert Mugeni from Kenya, the Regulator Communications Authority of Kenya. I have two questions. One is on the architecture of the device. How does it integrate for voice communications? Because in the package, there was like there are two smartphones, so I wanted to understand, would it integrate with the normal telephone system for mobile, for voice? I think data, there would be no issue with that. Secondly, in terms of regulation, and the honorable member from Botswana has mentioned on issues with the regulation for the backpack, being an emerging technology, but I would just maybe share with the rest of the team here that a number of countries, I think in Africa, are now developing what we call community networks licensing framework, and Kenya has already put one in place. And I think that would be a good place to start to leverage in terms of having the device anchored in law for the purpose of regulation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question and that contribution. I think it's going to set the tone for some of the answers. Sir, please take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Iyob Satu. I'm from Ethiopia and the Executive Director for Organization for Innovation and Sustainable Development Africa. Thank you for really interesting presentation, as it's of much concern of Africa to connect the rural community, and it's really a nice learning experience as I see from all of the presenters. And it's really very impressive when most are focused on schools, because when children get connectivity, they can learn, they can develop their entrepreneurial skills at the early stage. And that's really a very touching experience. Probably I have a couple of questions for panelists. And the first question is about the cost recovery. I mean, how really the cost of the operation and the service is covered, as Madam presented from Ghana, just the school pays for the service. That means the government. But in other cases, like as Professor Lee presented, that how the cost is recovered from the community, or is it really paid by the government or by people themselves? That's the question, so that the issue of affordability could be analyzed. The second question is probably if you are working in the rural community, for those Professor Lee presented, that's I mean, how much school is so far addressed with this internet backpack? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. I know that there's a gentleman over there that had a question, and then sir, we'll go to you. So that will be the first round of questions, and then we'll go to answers. Please introduce yourself and keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Charles Kajoroweka from Malawi. I work for an organization called Youth and Society. Yeah, quite an exciting experience here. Thanks for sharing those models in addressing violent exclusion of rural communities when it comes to access to internet. I can relate because in Malawi, for example, we only have about 14.6% of the population that has access to internet. In a country of 17.6 million, you are talking about, you know, about 86% of the population that has no access to internet. And I think that is violent exclusion that we really needed to aggressively address. In terms of the practicality of it, I'm interested in this model, and I also wanted to ask a practical question: how do we get involved? Who do we talk to? And I really want to take this conversation beyond this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. We've got one last question for this round.
So, hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Nicodemus Nyakundi from Kenya. I'm working under Kenya ICT Action Network. We work really close with. Okay, I'm Nicodemus Nyakundi from Kenya. I work under Kenya ICT Action Network, and we work really close with community networks. And actually, I'm very glad to realize that this kit is well customized for community networks in enabling end users get access to the internet. My question is, considering the cost of the kit, is it possible to consider an equated monthly installment so that the users can get value even as they continue to pay for the kit? That one, I think, will save time on the time taken to seek for funds so that to get the kit. So I'll consider if you can integrate it into a system where the users can pay slowly until they fully make the final payment and fully possess the kits. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question and suggestion. I think we will start with Dr. Lee for his input, and then we'll follow with Kweku also just to start maybe the first ones, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
So I'm sharing here a copy of the patent for the key innovation in the pack, which relates to the Edgeware software, which is co-invented, as you'll see, by Mate Yalil Kaserka of North Kivu Province, Goma, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So this is all publicly available information that provides the technical details of how the internet backpack works. I'll just scroll down to a few of the illustrations. I'll just start with the most important one, which is this one, which is sideways, but we'll look at it sideways since that's the way it is. Okay, so essentially, if we were in any of these communities, in the 86% of Malawi that's unconnected now, and we just tried to connect them, they would not have a good service. With the technology of the pack, which is designed to provide a stable connection across bad or thin links or narrowband links, you can get a quality internet experience where it's not otherwise available. That's a core innovation that makes this whole thing work. So that's, and this is recognized by the U.S. Patent Office as of March of 2020 of this year. Now going back up to the next, another key table here. That was so about the architecture. Let me get down to, where is it? Where's the data? Where is it? Okay, here. All right, so so the question was whether about the legalities and a regulatory framework, and that's a very important point. We've interacted with governments and multiple governments in Africa and multiple ministries, both President Weah and former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and multiple ministries to coordinate. But the key point is that it wasn't necessary for the PAC itself. The PAC incorporates, all you need to do is like buy a SIM card that you put into the Cradle Point router, which is the same as a SIM card that you would use for somewhere else for data points. And if you could have it for multiple networks, it's like MTN or Africom. So we're not doing anything different. It's just that this combination of technology, this integration of technology provides this powerful access. Secondly, if we're connecting via Wi-Fi, which is, again, I would assume is legal across the African continent, so we're not doing anything unique there. Third, the satellite internet receiver, that may well require legal authorization in individual nations for the right to operate those. So point taken, particularly for the satellite internet. There's two models of the pack. One version that comes, the cheaper one, comes without the satellite internet, and that would have, again, I think that would be pretty straightforward from a legal regulatory point of view, and something to streamline and recognize the power of providing, the thing is, if we're going into a community, if we haven't any professional RF engineers that have already gone there, we don't know exactly which way we would be able to connect there until the pack arrives and we figure it out, what can actually work to provide that connection. Let me try to, it's hard to remember all the different questions, but I wanted to get, and this table here, essentially there's not one solution. There's many different technologies and different frequencies and ways to coordinate, but you see Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, things that have already got regulatory and government approval. Now we're using a different satellite, so service than the one that's actually mentioned in the patent. Let me think, am I forgetting some of the key points, or should I stop there?
I think let's stop there. We'll go
Yeah.
to, I'll take a second round of questions. So let's just answer the first ones. I think there was one.
Or I'm recalling. So a important point on financing. So again, I'm speaking for myself as a professor and collaborator, but I'm aware, because of the time I was on the board of the company, that lease financing would be available if this was, purchased in bulk, that this would be something that would be potentially available. So it could have been, something cooperation between, again, public financing sources and private financing sources, then the private financing could make this technology available, and on a lease basis, on this kind of pay as you over time basis. And then the data charges. So our experience has been that community, one of those communities that Stefano was showing you in Costa Rica, I was very concerned about, how were these data charges going to be paid beyond the length of the Internet Society Foundation contract or terms. And the parents in that community, what do you think they want their kids to go offline and not have access to education resources? They individually, they could not afford their own personal internet connection, but for the community, for their families, they said, we'll just pool our money. And this is a remote community of guards and maids working with no access to anything, and they were not going to wait for a government program around to sustain connectivity. So one more element there. What happens? This equipment is not designed to last for 20 years. So nobody's going to promise this will last that long. It's basically a commercial off-the-shelf disposable technology that on a lease finance basis would be sort of amortized over 3 years. However, the first pack in Goma is still there operating. It's been upgraded multiple times. It's upgraded. The core software is on the cloud, so it just can be updated and refreshed and modernized remotely. Let me see if there's some last element there. I guess that covers most of the things that I can remember from all of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the floor to both Wisdom and Kweku, just to look at the questions around the regulatory framework. And I think something was also pointed out about community networks, and how do you have that synergy between this type of product and the regulators and existing existing infrastructure and what's been based there. So I think I'll open up to. Okay, would you like?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Just to add up to what Lee said, in terms of the financing. So that is why the Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation is collaborating with Syracuse University to come up with a program that we've named Africa Community Internet Program. So this is what we are going to use to drive this backpack in the continent to make sure that we raise enough funding to get enough of the backpack into the continent. So the community across Africa is going to hear from us very soon. We've approached a number of institutions. We are also in discussion with the World Bank and other multilateral organizations, and I'm sure Makta is here. We'll as well be engaging him to see how his outfit can help this program, especially getting into the various governments within the continent. I think we need them at this stage to see how we can refine some of these processes for us to be able to bring enough of the backpack into the communities. Yes, we've also had a number of approach, especially from the private people. You know, they always have the mindset of making business with it. Someone wanted to get it and, at a lower cost and go and sell it at a higher cost. So I think this backpack, we need to control it and then make sure that it doesn't end up in a wrong hand. So that is why we are here, and then we'll work with the parliamentarians as well, and I'm sure they'll be guiding us as to what we have to do going into the various countries. So Kweku will add a bit about the regulation aspect. We are looking at $100 million for the first phase. That is what we are looking at, and we are sure we'll get there. Yes.
Thanks, Wisdom.
So, quickly, before we do that, I just wanted to end on the financing aspect of it. Dr. Lee, I think get onto that, and then you can jump on immediately after. Thank you.
I forgot to mention, so the backpack is in already over a dozen countries. Exactly how many, I don't know, because I'm not on the board inside the company at this point. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Okay. So just like my colleague Wisdom said, it's important that we recognize the importance of rolling out a community program. And what we aim to do is also, with our leverage and experience in regulation and policy across the continent, to also connect with the various governments and regulatory institutions. From our experience in championing the connectivity, the regulatory institutions are paramount, and also their mother ministries are also very paramount. I'd like to speak first about our, I would say, co-collaborators or co-organizers in this. Like Professor Lee talked about, with the Cradle Point, you can just use your normal data SIMs to just insert and you get connectivity, as well as also use it to connect to the Wi-Fi available. The backpack, policy-wise and regulatory-wise, is complementary. It's a complementary connectivity that we are using to connect to those who are often fall on the side of the connectivity gap. But most importantly also, as I did yesterday, we always appeal for the collaboration of our IMTs or telecoms operators, because it's important that this equipment has been able to exceed, like Jane has been doing, in connecting more people than theoretically the inventors have done. And I think one thing that we at the African Open Data and Internet Research Foundation do, and it's important that we offer more co-platforms and co-collaborators to be able to do this. So it's very important. Second thing is that for the regulation, we know across Africa, community network is a very innovative, or is new to us. And I know that there are discussions about, how do we facilitate this? But I think one of the good things that we are doing at the African Open Data, and now we are collaborating with Syracuse University, is that we are able to offer policy briefs, offer regulatory notes, engage with our regulators, and especially the whole governance aspect. Now we have APNIC with us, where we can have positive conversations, because moving into 2023 and beyond, we know that Wi-Fi connectivity that our backpack also offers is very important, because everybody can connect whatever device they have. We've seen from the Ghana case and also for the Costa Rican case that the children are able to do it and use it for various purposes. And we also want to emphasize that just as we are using the educational case use cases, there are various applicabilities. Professor Lee talked about the DRC case. There's also the potential for agriculture. There's the potential for health and disaster recovery. And the opportunities are enormous. And we welcome everybody, and we also appeal to our regulators. We are open, we'll be talking to you, and it's important that we collaborate with both all institutions, and we are open to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm going to also just throw out, and I think any of the panelists can answer this. How do we collaborate? I mean, a simple answer I would say, I think the question from the gentleman from Malawi who was speaking about the violent exclusion of our people, where you'll find, I think, quite similar to the young lady over here who said, you know, young people will be expected to write the same exams, but you'll find people who've got resources from the beginning of their education and people who simply don't. However, when it comes to the criteria of marking and leaving and getting the qualification, you've got the same criteria that you're judged upon. So how do we create that conversation, those collaborations? So my answer to this, before I do open the floor, is go to the booth. We do have members that are there. It's always manned, and it's really open to that. But I think maybe I can open that up to Poncelet.
Thank you, Zaniwe. I think this issue of collaboration, when you have devices like this that change lives in terms of connectivity, in terms for children, for healthcare, for marginalized communities in general, one of the good things is to get our local ministries involved. When I mean local ministries, our ministries of communication and digital economy, let them know, because in most cases things come up like this. You have civil society actors, maybe the internet society and all those people, and the local ministry is not aware, and they are the ones in the long run that are able to galvanize funding, either it's through the World Bank, either it's through the African Development Bank, to say, okay, we have this device, we are working with so and so partners to get it to get it to our schools and to hospitals, because it's a good thing for medical workers. So I will encourage folks in terms of engagement to always involve their local Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. It's important. Sometimes it's bureaucratic, but at least let them know, and I'm sure you'll get results out of them. That's my little contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution. A very interesting suggestion was laid down to the floor by the gentleman from Kenya around looking at, I wouldn't say low-cost solutions, but solutions that allow for tranche payments or installment payments. I know that's a difficult to answer on the spot like that, but maybe we can open that up to Dr. Lee, just for your inputs on something of that nature. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So first, I've over the 4 or 5 years since the creation, well, there were earlier phases, but of an operational backpack, the first one being deployed to the Goma Volcano Observatory in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Shortly thereafter, we were in communication and discussions with both the National Ministry of Planning and Education before anything arrived in the DRC. And I note because of the conflict zone situation, it was a difficult collaboration, but for a research project direct from the university, we were able to get the pack in, but since then we weren't, as a university, able to get further ones in. But we had 5 governors in the DRC ready to work with us to collaborate and get the more packs into the country, but we weren't able to do it as a university. But with other intermediaries and partners, potentially some of those issues could be overcome. Secondly, I mentioned the early experience with the Liberian government and not governments from one transition from one regime to the next, where, again, working with the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, Health and Education Ministry. Once one ministry heard about this, we started on education, and the Health Ministry heard about it and said, no, wait a minute, we want it too. And so we said, okay, that makes perfect sense, and we should sort of broaden the conversation. So from our own experience, it definitely makes the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, Ministry of State, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, all should be involved and aware in these conversations, and because it helps sort of galvanize support and makes it easier to accommodate progress. Now, going back to the installment payment issue, if there is some kind of public-private partnership, I'm not sure how that works at the scale we're talking about, but I know the commercial financing would be available for lease financing of the packs, where the packs would be provided and then paid back over time. How that would work and translate into programs funded through the Africa Development Bank or the World Bank or UNECA, that's beyond my level of expertise to be able to state. But I know if there were volume orders, then commercially there would be lease financing available. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm going to open the floor up for the second round of questions. Any takers? Oh, apologies. Before we do that, I'm going to open up the floor to Jane.
Okay, so I wanted to point out that with the community that I was working with the teachers and the children, one of the statements that the librarian, the municipal librarian came over, what she said was that this is something that we need for our kids, and therefore we can ask the family members to buy in. That's it's not always saying thank you, but also they should be part of it and own it, and therefore they should be at least pay per use, like maybe pay 1 cedi in order to come and use the computers and internet in the library, which is something that the municipal librarian was suggesting. And so if the community comes together and they know that this is going to be good for our children and also for us in agriculture, they can also come up with a way of financing the data, buying data for the system. And so being part of it makes you own the system. And so that's something that we should also look at.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that input. Any questions from the floor? Okay, we've got one, we've got two. Okay, I just want to confirm we've got three physically. Just want to ask, are there questions online? Online moderator, are there any questions? You can say no. Okay, I don't see any hands online. That's fine. So I'm going to start with the gentleman on my right. Sir, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Daniel from Uganda. Keeping all other protocols, the views I represent are my personal views, and not for the government and not for Africa, but also for the people who are in need. First and foremost, we have experienced a lot of internet shutdowns, both in the region and globally. I see this as one of the solutions. Did you, for the developers of this backpack, did you ever envision this backpack being incorporated for the use in pirate networks or pirate infrastructure, such that it can enhance freedom of expression, both online where internet systems have gone down, and also further, social media has been used to convey messages, both good messages and bad messages that some of our governments don't like. And when it comes to governments, they like to use that interesting excuse of we are shutting down the internet because of national security. And obviously, if national security is being put into consideration, then it justifies because the countries base themselves on stability. So how do you envision this network being used in very critical scenarios like these ones? I would like to set up a pirate network to enhance this communication. Will this initiative be able to support it? If I have the money, I can invest in that. But in case I'm going to face a regulatory problem in the deployment of this network and setting up those pirate nodes through hidden networks, then it needs really thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. I'm quite interested to hear the response to that. There's a second question to the gentleman on my right, and then we'll go to the lady behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Henok. I am from Internet Society Ethiopia chapter. So I have a question for the speaker from Ghana. Were you using a cellular network? Because we know that once the cellular the qualities of a cellular network in rural areas not as good as the one in a city, and how many computers were you able to connect inside the labs? Thank you.
Not yet. Could we please have the third question on my right? Please.
Good morning. Mine really not much of a question, but perhaps...
If you could just introduce yourself for the floor.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Shamil Ahosi, and I'm from Botswana. Heading environmental, social, and governance portfolio in a copper mine in Botswana. So mine is not really a question, but really to implore the House to ensure that private sector companies are always involved, particularly in rolling out very useful initiatives such as these. I, for one, am looking at launching e-libraries in Botswana, in rural Botswana next year. So I'll be very much interested in knowing how we can collaborate to make sure that beyond just having, educational materials available to the communities, how can we actually make sure that the internet, they have access to all the other existing, resources that may not necessarily be on open source. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to take two more questions if there are any. Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to look at the blind spot of the deployment of the backpack, because we talked about the backpack can search the nearest tower, and I would like to know, when we are talking about the nearest tower, is the distance of how many kilometers? It's 20 kilometers, 300 kilometers, so that we can see whether, because I know my country, that village, the nearest tower is so many kilometers, so that I can see whether the backpack is be compatible to the situation on the ground. So that is the question that I would like to be answered. And on the issue of the shutdowns of the networks, the shutdown of the networks normally and security, the security threat in Africa is coming toward the elections, generally elections. It's only the time when you will hear about the language of no, there's a security threat, we have to close down, shut down the internet. But it's very, very important to make sure that if once we came up with the regulation, we have to know indeed whether the shutdown, it will affect the backpack as well, because we can tap from the satellite, or the shutdown is going to be because they have to go to the satellite, or they will come and take the backpack to go and close them into the vault somewhere in the main city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. We've got one more question. I just want to see how many other questions on the floor before we close this round of questions. Okay, we've got two. I acknowledge you. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Eric, and I'm from Rwanda. So I'm very impressed by this initiative of Backpack in internet, and I think it's very good, and it will be the answer for connecting and connected
different part of rural communities in the area of Africa. So I would like to share some initiatives that you have in Rwanda, maybe will be very beneficial to other parts. So we have what you call ICT classroom per school. So the program is established by the government, but it helps the people around those schools to be connected wherever they are. And this comes with Enilembo services. I think some of you maybe you heard about it. This is also an initiative of connecting people, but also providing public services to the people where they are, instead of taking a long time going to the offices. And this help people to get government services, to get certification, to register their businesses, as well as help the rural community to be connected. So there is still a gap, because around 70% of Rwandan community are not yet connected to the internet. And I think when we integrate with this internet backpack initiative, will be very beneficial to connect other remote areas which are not yet connected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mulgita Zafa from Ethiopia. My company work with Ministry of Education on delivering resource in digital format to remote areas where there is no connectivity or where there is no internet at all. What we do is just we load curriculum content into the tablet and additional resource that we get freely from the server from the internet into the server, and it's available online, but it can offline, but it can be updated online when there is any updates. This is just piloted in different regions, and what I want to know about your technology is how do we make this more accessible to the nearby area. This solution is work in the schools environment. We installed big resource on a server, and then we connect that with the wireless in the school, so that the student can access those resources offline, which is loaded on the server through their devices. Therefore, how this technology can just support that type of initiative in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Before we answer these round of questions, I'm going to give the floor to Maktasek just to really grace us with his words, and I'm sure he picked up the gist of this conversation. Maktasek, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Zanawe, and good morning to everybody, and sorry to be late because we have something happening for the closing. It is a pleasure to be here with you on this launch of this very good initiative for the continent called Africa Internet Community Backup Initiative. This why it is important, because it's aimed to develop alternative connectivity tools for digital Africa, and also to advance this collaborative internet connectivity across the continent. As you know, the continent needs this kind of initiative. When you look at our current situation, actually, the situation is not very bad, but still we have a lot of challenge faced in this continent. As Africa is the second region in terms of population in the world, we are the least connected continent with 33% of population access to internet. Additionally, the least connected country in the world are in Africa. I give you just the three. You have Comoros and Eritrea. Around 90% of the population doesn't have access to internet. The Republic of Central Africa, 85% doesn't have access to internet. Why this initiative is important to overcome on this challenge of access. the critical infrastructure, this limited critical infrastructure. The issue of shutdown, one of speaker talk about this. It's very important and critical for the continent. It's just for the election. If there is some movement in some countries, the internet is shut down. It is not something acceptable. Our internet access to internet is a human right. You have this issue of regulatory framework. We have developed with African we want to 2063, and by 2050, half of the African population will have under 25 years, and 70% will have 35 years. And we have several gaps on the skill development. Cybersecurity also is a concern in the continent. We have to overcome on this. The political will also is very important. When you talk a shutdown, is linked to the political will, as well as this limited infrastructure, this access in the rural area, also access for the disabled population, and also for the marginal population. It is some key action where this initiative can help for the continent. How this initiative can help? We need also to customize this initiative to the African reality, something very important, as I'm said before, to this key activity. And when I look at the objective, I'm very happy to see this initiative can address some key elements to overcome to the current situation in the continent. I'm going to highlight some to address the benefits of the digitalization for all African people, the farmer, the marginal people, the informal sector, the woman, and this will help to bridge this digital gender gap. It is one of key elements of this great initiative. Also, the parameters that digital connectivity contribute to help African country for their development and to achieve the sustainable development goal, and also the AU 2063 aspiration. I think this initiative can provide parameters to measure this achievement. Is very important. And the possibility also to consider this self-help connectivity, to this user connectivity, technology connectivity, addressed to the need of African, because we don't need the 5G in the rural area. We need technology adapted to the need of the population according to their environment. And this initiative can provide this. Also, we have an ongoing initiative to analyze ongoing initiative to enhance the potential of Africa to be ready for this industrial revolution. Also, this initiative can stimulate some policy recommendation, why we need the involvement of all. And I think we start today, and next year in Tokyo, this initiative will come to key result. We can show key result, not to Africa, to the world, to see if there is a commitment by the young generation, by the population, we can come to provide something positive for our continent. I would like to say some few words and to congratulate all people behind this initiative, and to ensure UNECA will support this initiative to make it very successful, very popular across the member states and also across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Sek, and we're definitely going to hold you to that. It is well noted. So I'm just going to open up. Okay, I've been instructed to pause there for a bit. So I'm going to open up the floor to Dr. Sek again. I think he knows exactly what to do.
Okay, thank you very much. It is an honor of ECA to launch this program at the 17th IGF. Thank you very much and good luck.
I love the claps there at the very end. Thank you. So I'm going to go back to the questions that were asked. I'm going to highlight them. So the first question from Daniel from Uganda. I won't mention names, but let's just look at the questions as a barrage. So we've got looking at the incorporation of pirate networks and really looking at what does that mean. And I think really good examples were made around internet shutdown, looking at governments and having that flexibility, I think we can call. So I just want to know who will answer the question from our panel. Okay, so let's go to Lee.
Okay. Well, so we have been considering these issues from the very beginning and interacting with groups that were independent, let's say. Let's not use the word pirate. The design of the backpack that comes and looks very innocuous, just like any other backpack. It's not noticeable what it is. That's something that activists appreciate, that it's not obvious to authorities what it is when you have it. Second issue, when we went into the conflict zone of North Kivu, where there's more UN peacekeepers than anywhere in the world, and unfortunately unrest right now. So and also going into South America in regions with drug trade and other illegal activities. So we've had to consider these matters. And finally, I should note up front, I'm a co-founder of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Principles. So we haven't disclosed to all of you that if you purchase this pack, you're embedding human rights in every pack by design. That's how it's always been considered. Now, that does mean that if there's illegal activity, someone somewhere that's helping support that pack knows where the pack is. So if, we'll just stick with drug running, if the pack is outside of where the purchaser or user is and it looks like it's being used to transport illegal drugs, it's possible that's outside of the terms of service and it can be remotely shut down. If it's stolen and being used for illegal purposes, it can be remotely bricked and shut down automatically. Now, for the legitimate uses of populations, there is no reason under human rights considerations to shut it down. We're talking about, but if a government would, we can't stop governments from, telling satellite providers or jamming frequencies. They would have to jam frequencies basically to shut down the satellite service. And again, we can't stop governments from doing it, but we've considered these issues, and independent groups, not pirate groups, can certainly take advantage of these technologies.
Thank you so much for that. So we'll go to the next question, which is looking around the quality, connectivity, how many people can connect. Yes.
So, inside you don't see it, but built into the pack are two large antenna for the Cradlepoint router. So when your cell phone shows like no bars, the Cradlepoint router can still pick up a distant signal. Now, so how many more kilometers depends also on the geography. So the height of the, you still need to know something about like the experience. We could see in some cases in the Costa Rican deployments, we had to be in like certain parts of a town where it worked, and then if you went to the other part of the town, it was outside of the range, and it wouldn't work. So if it provides an extended range, but it also depends on the geography and whether it mountainous or flat terrain, how far exactly the signal might reach from the nearest cell tower.
Thank you so much for that. I think it's really, you need to have the situation, understand the situation on the ground. And I think that does answer the question around the blind spots of deployment. It's really a case by case, which I think needs that collaboration, needs us to be going to the different localities. There was a statement and I think an invitation by Shamir from Botswana around the private sector involvement, rollout and collaboration. Maybe we can have a quick, we can talk to what's happening on the ground, from a private sector perspective, ensuring that, there is a social impact element from this particular project, but looking at that responsibility the private sector has for rural, marginalized, and impoverished communities. Quick, with the floor is yours.
Yeah, Thank you so much for that question, and I think it's important that we recognize that we don't operate in silos, and we also operate collaboratively. This program, as we're rolling it out, is open. It's not just we operating with our development community, we operating with our academic community, but we also open to collaborate with all the various sectors, because it's important that whilst we doing our work, we are able to also connect with other people who are doing similar things. And we are able to learn, we're able to strengthen the work that we're doing. And it's also enhances the kind of work we do, because what we've realized, and it's good that we are here all in this room today, is that there are various initiatives that are done by other communities and other organizations. And the beautiful thing that we are collaborating with Syracuse University here should speak to that effect, that, you know, we are able to bring people together, and we also be able to put in action. And definitely, whether Botswana, Namibia, whether Kenya, Uganda, any country, any organization, we are open to do that. And I think, in just ending, one of the things that we realized is that in Africa we face very similar problems. We are people who are resilient, but we're also able to prefer solutions, and we want this grassroots solutions to also be the people orientation, and we give them that opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I am going to allow one more, and then we are going to close the session.
Thank you very much. My name is Karim Atoumani Mohamed. I come from Comoros, and I'm the Director of Regulation from Telco. And most of people might think that such kind of solution is bad for Telco. But my own experience, and I'm happy to discover this solution. A couple of weeks I visited some remote farm that do not have access to internet, and they told us to go there in the area and deploy networks. But we might all know that the cost to deploy a telecom network is not easy. We need to design the network to get money and come back with the equipment. So I think this solution can be also be used by telco. You know, in terms of competition, if we can say a community, before coming in this region with a well-designed network, we can provide you something in the first step to allow community to learn how to use and how to be able to write the solution that can be deployed a couple of months after. So I think that the way we present the solution can be also put it in front of telco, and it can be used instead of using repeater, because as telco in some region we provided repeater to some VIP, etc. But for communities, we can use this solution, and it's come with all a lot of options than only what can be provided by a repeater. The second point, I'd like to know if there is, I said, a skill transfer, because we all know that we have other models like ISOC who are promoting the community network and comparing with those other models. Do this solution come with this part of skill transfer? Do we, because the needs, we all know that the needs is huge in Africa, and I'm sure in the global south. Do this solution come with this openness and to allow replication
and not only to be commercial solution, even it's cheaper. And then at the end, I'm also tap approval providing it in Comoros, and I know also some country in Madagascar, and if it can help, we can work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'm going to, actually, I think we can give members of the team a go at that. You really gave us amazing content there, good questions. So I think let's start. Maybe we can start with Kweku and we'll go around, just to have a set of answers, just to respond to that yourself as well, Yusuf.
No, I think Yusuf will be the best person to respond.
Okay. So first, thank you all very much for both being here and really allowing us to both share the technology and share the aspiration. There's a lot of comments that are running through my mind of things to say and to respond to. So I'm going to try to first enhance our aspiration a bit, because I think it's deadly important, and I use that word specifically, for us to ensure that our communities have access to internet. But what I want to impress upon folks is not just our ability to implement Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 of which we're falling way behind, but the utility of what the internet provides for young people and for your ability to engage in the interconnected global economy. What we're talking largely about here is education opportunities, and that's tremendously important. Healthcare opportunities, tremendously important. But there's also specific commercial opportunities. One of the challenges that we see with social media is the inability to do natural language processing and machine learning in your languages to address content moderation issues, to the questions that were raised about social media and the questions that were raised about disinformation, etc. The ability to have internet access now affords our children the ability to get access to that. So the things that I'm trying to get us to understand is, how do we get the ability to ensure that we have digital wallets and ability to exchange commerce? There's so much more that can be done by just having this solution there. To the esteemed gentleman who from Comoros, thank you for your point. As Kweku always says, we really do look at these as complementary and not kind of competitive, and working with telecommunicated providers to ensure extended access. Many have mandates to ensure that they are providing access to those communities, but do not have the capacity, and the infrastructure costs are so excessive. And so what this provides is an ability to connect to the existing networks to be able to extend what already exists. Lee, I want you to make sure to hold me accurate to this, in that its ability to make sure that the range, because what I think the honorable representative from Botswana mentioned, I don't think we got a chance to really fully answer his question, but his question about range and access, yes, geography and topography matter, but its ability to tap into existing cellular networks and then further enhance that is something that I think was missed, and I would want to make sure to kind of tee up to you to allow an expanded answer to that question.
Okay, so I'll start there. Our experience is, again, it depends on the height of the tower. It depends on the local topography, but so essentially, if there's a cell tower more than 6 or 7 kilometers away, probably you won't be able to reach it. I don't know. It depends if on the height. We don't know. It depends on the particular circumstances. So that's where the satellite internet would have to come in to provide some level of connectivity, even if very limited, and even if saying you can only use it for like WhatsApp messages and because the data charges are so high on the satellite. That would be something that, again, would vary. It's in our experience around the world, many places, where populations are now, and also in Africa, the cellular network is pretty built out, and the population is usually not 50 kilometers away from the nearest cell tower, but some number less than that. So we can't, we can't promise for any particular community without bringing it there, and it might be, I'm thinking back to the town Nosara in the Costa Rica. They were saying it works here in the town hall, but we want to move it to another part of the town. And all I could say is, sorry, leave it in the town hall. This is where you can get the signal. That's what you got to do. So I'll let me see if I had something else I was going to say, but I'll pause there in the interest of time.
Thank you so much for that, Wisdom.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to add to Comoros. There is this global open data for agriculture and nutrition. The executive director, Andre, is very much interested in this, and I think he has some ongoing projects with the World Bank. I think some $100 million project ongoing with the World Bank, and then he's thinking along what you said about the farming and all that. So I think what we need to do is to talk more, and then we'll see how to connect you to the global open data for agri and nutrition to see how your country can benefit from their program and also the backpack. So apart from that, the other thing that I have to say is we can't just deploy the backpacks and then connect the communities and that is it. We also have to be thinking alongside content. Yes, we need to give the rural communities content. I'll cite an example. There is this project we are working with the Global Open Godan. The project is on buffer stock. You see, most of the time, farmers do their produce, and then at the end of it, they lose all their produce. So the initiative that we are working on is at the end of a farming season, the farmer will go to the buffer stock and value their stock, and then the stock will hold their produce, and then they know the value. So at any point in time, the farmer can go, either maybe there's going to be a middle point, which will be a bank or something. The farmer can get an authorization from the buffer stock and can go and get some credits against the stock from the bank. So those are some of the projects that we are working with global open data for agri and nutrition. And then this is an invocation, this is content. And that means he has to ride on the network. So the farmer should be able to sit at home and then request for those things. So those are some of the contents that I'm talking about. If you go to the health, the same. The educational sector too, they need content. And then I know there are some contents around. We just need to get the best and try to see what we can do to put on the network for those schools to be accessing. And then the other one too is entertainment. You know, rural communities, there is no form of entertainment. That's another content. So when they are there and they have all this entertainment, the chance of moving to the urban communities will somehow minimize. And then the chance for them also producing more children will also minimize. Because if you look at those communities, what they do is just farming. And then after that, there is no entertainment. When they go home, the only entertainment is man and wife in the bedroom. You do it multiple times. I mean, they produce so many children, and then that means poverty will keep going up. So those are some of the things that we have to be thinking about. The other one is the skills. We've been doing the Africa Open Data for agri and nutrition. We've been doing a number of training on different topics. So this is another training that we have to think about and see how we can localize it. One other thing that we are discussing is to see how we can have, how do I say it, we can do the assembly in Africa. So maybe we can decide that Ghana can be the country to host that. And then assembling all the devices and all that will be done in Africa. And then the deployment of those devices to various countries within the continent will be done within the Africa. And then, so that means we need to structure everything very well. There's a lot of work for us to do. And then I can promise that the Africa Open Data, through the program, and then Syracuse University will make sure that we satisfy all stakeholders, yes, and then moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Lee. Wisdom.
So following on the questions on education and training and openness, first I want to mention the Young African Leaders Initiative, or YALE, which is supported by the U.S. State Department, that the Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs at Syracuse University hosts every year, and we've interacted with a number of those scholars that have also participated here in IGF. Secondly, I have been, as I mentioned this morning, have been interacting with the U.S. Department of Commerce about this progress. So the more that Africa does on its own, the more the U.S. government might be willing to also co-support to some extent. Of course, I can't promise anything for anybody, but a train the train. Now, Professor Smith will be happy I mentioned this, but a train the trainers model in which perhaps some level of short course program at Syracuse University, where we have sort of intensive hands-on training, whether for regulators, parliamentarians, and the people here in the room, with some level of support, so that they're comfortable with this and how fully equipped to understand its impact for their communities and their nations, and then having people be empowered to, again, take the training to their nation, to their region, to their sector, is certainly something that we've always intended. And as you could see from the case in Costa Rica, where we have worked with, well, the reason that we were there is because of a PhD student, a former PhD student of the Maxwell School, who's now leading a nonprofit there. So some level, and we are an educational institution. We have online programs, but we are also an expensive private university. So we're not expecting or assuming that there'll be massive transfers of human capital to Syracuse, but we certainly are open to working and collaborating in an open manner to transfer knowledge and skills. And one more thing Wisdom forgot to mention is thinking about, as the Africa Community Internet Program goes forward, having, again, not just West Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa, perhaps in different regions, have regional centers of excellence and expertise where they can help and support neighboring nations and communities. And as this scales and cascades along, then the skills and expertise can become more and more localized and not dependent on a very distant North American university. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Unfortunately, I'm going to close the second round of questions. I am being poked by my colleagues to let the lady in the red speak. So we're going to do that.
Thank you very much for allowing me at least to speak this morning. And congratulations all of you for, this initiative. I'm working with the USF in Tanzania. I'm the CEO of the Universal Service Access Fund in Tanzania. And yesterday I spent a lot of time in the backpack booth, and I was very much impressed with the work. What I can say is we in Tanzania, we welcome you guys to come and pilot in our country. We are more than happy and willing to support in whatever manner that we are supposed to be doing, because we know that whatever that, in any case, when we want to introduce an different technology, you need really to engage different stakeholders. There is regulators, the ministry, the USF. In terms of funding, maybe you can also think of try to convince some USF in different countries and see how we can maybe collaborate and make this thing happen. Because like in my country, when we are saying there might be a contradiction between the operators and this the kind of technology, my take is like no, because I'm struggling with operators to go and roll out communication services in villages. So with this solution, I'm 100% sure that operators will be also happy to have this kind of technology, because it will be, we are like try to reduce the burden of them to go to the villages and, do the internet connectivity. So we are more than willing to partner with you. Tanzania is more, we're welcoming you guys to come and see how we can pilot or how we can work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. I'm very, very happy that my colleague saw the light. So I'm going to open up the floor to Dr. Daniela Smith, who's going to wrap us up, give us some closing remarks, and then we'll call it a session and call it a day.
Thank you so much. I begin my conclusions with thanks to the honorary dignitaries who took the time to attend the session, to other important guests, to all of our guests. Thank you so much for all your contributions, your questions, your comments, your commitments to partner with us. All of your participation has contributed to the successful launch of the Africa Community Internet Program. As we look around this room and other rooms over the course of the week that we have been here, we can see that there are seats that are not filled. And these seats really are not empty. Rather, to me, they represent the unrealized potential of the people who we work with, who are not represented at these tables and whose voices are not heard. We should not be complacent. We should not be speaking for these people. They should be here and they should be speaking for themselves. These are the children that Jane talked about, whose parents will rely on their sons to help them fish. These parents have allowed their sons in a span of a few weeks to leave the way that they make their living, to attend school and to go to a library to access the internet and to use computers, which Jane worked with Syracuse University, and she paid to ship these computers, which the university donated to the library, and to see pictures that Jane has shared of over 500 children in less than 1 month, leaving their work to support their families, to be in these libraries. These children should be here telling their stories. The young girls in Liberia in school will use the internet backpack to do research on environmental issues in Liberia, my country of origin, to sit at a conference and hear these high school girls present on their work. This is what potential realized means. To be in Costa Rica and to climb up a hill with Lee and to slip and slide in the mud and to get to the school muddy and to realize that those kids at the school every single day, they climb up that mountain, which we could not do, and they attend classes. They did not even have enough food to eat, and the little they had for lunch, they gave to us. And we felt so guilty after when we realized that this was their meal for the day. That is what potential does. I think of my own children when Jane asked the question, what do we want for our children? We all here are privileged to be at this table, and we want for our children educational opportunities, health care, 21st century literacy and job skills, technology skills. These are the skills that my own children have. I have seen my children and the students that I teach stay up all night using the internet to study, to get these skills so that they can be competitive in a 21st century economy. What we want for our children as we sit in this room is what we want for other people's children. This is what we want for the children in the village. This is what we want for those children in Costa Rica. We are not here to sell the internet backpack. We are here to partner with you to sell potential, to fulfill opportunity, to provide education, digital training, literacy skills, healthcare. We are here to sell the opportunity of privilege for these children to be at the IGF in Japan next year and to speak for themselves and not through our voices. And ultimately, that is what we hope to partner with you to sell. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Smith. That really was so touching, and I really hope that that touches each and every one of you the same way it did myself. And understanding that when we talk about changing the world, literally this is an opportunity to become the change that you want to see. So I'm going to open up the floor to my colleague Peter Taiwo to just give us the key objectives and yeah, conclude our day. Peter.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Daniel actually summarized everything. So let me just quickly give out some points, or let me acknowledge my colleagues there, Toko, for putting some things together as well. So we've talked about a number of issues, and from this launch, the fallout is for us to co-create and collaborate. Collaboration is actually essential to bridge a digital divide and connecting the unconnected and the next billion that are not connected in Africa. And also, we could say that electricity has been the pain in connecting the community network, and that's the whole essence that we've seen that the Internet Backpack actually addressing. And we could say that the launch of the African Community Internet Program is to bring internet access to the community, as well as to operationalize employment, e-education, e-health, and etc. And we could see from the discussion so far that there is need for policy and regulation to address the unforeseen issues that can hinder the operationalizations or the absorption of the internet backpack in our rural community. Also, the deployment of internet backpack has been proven as an enabler to equip teachers to access relevant educational material to produce quality students and the next generation leaders in Africa. Also, we also see that there is need for collaboration and engagement with our local ministry in order to be able to deploy the internet backpack. So I will actually stop there because of time. Thank you.
So thank you so much for everybody joining us today, and thank you to our panel, but most especially thank you to the Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation and Syracuse University for really putting all of this information together, exposing us to the collaborations, exposing us to the partnerships, and really what can happen. This has been a dream. I think this has been the Africa that we've been looking for, the solution making that we've been looking for. This is really that connecting point that I think, as we could say, bridges that gap of the connected to the unconnected. But I think I'll end there by also just ensuring that everybody knows that there's a booth that is available, and today's the last day. I really encourage you to go to the booth, speak to the team, really create those conversations, create those connections, and I think in the next year to come in Japan, we'll be reporting back on magic, and having more stories such as Dr. Daniela was telling us about, where really the situations are so dire, and in the next 3 to 5 years, I want to hear stories of the people themselves saying they were in these circumstances, in impoverished, marginalized communities, and now they've made it out of that, and they've used the internet, they've used connectivity to change their lives, seeing tangible results, which I really do believe we have the propensity and capacity to achieve. So that is really, from me, Zanyuen Sare. On behalf of this amazing panel, I really do thank you for giving me the opportunity, and our session is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. Good morning, good evening to some of us, obviously. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be presenting together with an excellent team, second time round. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. Welcome to our session on governing AI and education technologies, transforming education globally. First, I would like to quickly present, I hope that you're seeing my slides, just very quickly nod if there are any problems. I would like to present my colleagues and outline the structure of our workshop and quickly move on to the presentations and discussions as we have a full hour packed, and also equally I wish to hear from the audience. We have Roberto Zambrana on site. Roberto's from Bolivia. He's an electronic engineer with a master's degree in telecommunications networks. He's a tenured teacher at San Andres University and professor in postgraduate programs in 4 other universities in Bolivia. He's an international instructor and moderator for Internet Society Training Program. He's also participating in the IGF policy network on meaningful access. We're immensely grateful to have Roberto on site to moderate our session and address our extended audiences offline. As such, we are delivering a hybrid workshop. It's my first, I must admit, which gives us at the same time an incredible opportunity to extend our research and reach out a wider audience. With us is Molly Esquivel. It's very late at her end, and I'm so grateful that she's keeping it up and strong. Have an extra cup of coffee. She's currently doing research for her doctorate in education with Concordia University Irvine in California. Molly is also a teacher in science in middle school in California and is a mom of 3 very young children. So praise to her. While she delves into the realm of teachers' perceptions, challenges, experiences with advancing technologies every day, Molly is also a firsthand witness of how technologies impact learning, children, and also her own profession as an educator. So there's so much we want to hear from her. We have Dr. Samantha K. Johnston with us. She's a research officer at the Oxford University Centre in Oxford. Using a cognitive psychology lens, Samantha's expertise and interests lie at the intersection of education and psychology. She aims to link these areas with evidence-based e-learning technologies to improve teaching, learning, and assessment outcomes. Samantha's presentation will explore and interrogate critical reading readiness through a global South lens and discuss what this means for the evolution and governance of algorithmic decision-making systems. Moving towards the wider context, the cost of connection, we will hear from Dr. Priscilla Gonzalez, founder of Instituto Educar Digital, an organization that has been working for 25 years on behalf of Brazilian public education. Unfortunately, Priscilla couldn't be present with us. However, we've got her pre-recorded presentation. So we will have the feeling that she is with us, and I really appreciate the work that she's done. It's a very important research that she's presenting on the substantial infrastructure concentration in Brazil and South America more broadly by big tech companies coming from the Silicon Valley. And last but not least, we will hear from Dr. Emmanuel Ogu on the pressing question, could AI injustice have man-made foundations? When school administrators have to choose between edtech solutions that they don't understand, what are the implications of data being collected and how data is processed and stored? This ignorance is extended and imposed upon learners in the form of edtech solutions which impact what they don't understand because their choices haven't been considered. Emmanuel will draw on a number of case scenarios from where these critical questions emerge within the African context, also strikingly similar to the North and South American, the Caribbean, and the European contexts that we present research from today, but also the need for governing and scrutiny of edtech and AI as businesses, which will be the last topic I will briefly cover. I do wish to present a very brief glossary, and we should begin with some kind of basic terms, which undoubtedly might evoke differing interpretations and thoughts, but at least it's a starting point for our presentations. We have the word edtech. We're using in our vocabulary nearly every day, at least for the research within education context. It stands for education technologies such as applications and platforms. However, as you will see from Priscilla's presentation, for example, these are only part of the stacking. At the bottom, these are substantial concentration of very big tech companies at play. AI, according to Encyclopedia Britannica, means the ability of a computer or a robot controlled by a computer to do tasks that are usually done by humans because they require human intelligence and discernment. Although there are no AIs that can perform the wide variety of tasks an ordinary human can do, some AIs can match humans in specific tasks. In education, not all edtechs are AI. We must be clear about this, and no AI can completely replace a human task, at least yet. EdTech provider is typically, these are private businesses, and I cannot stress enough on that. They create, develop, and sell software apps and platforms for instruction, assessment, and so on. EdTech users can be children, young people, teachers, administrators, but also a whole lot of other stakeholders if we consider the secondary output, the secondary product from EdTech use, which is education data. And that leads me to the term education data itself, which is data collected about students, data generated by a student when they use EdTech. Just a very quick word about me. So I'm a visiting fellow at the London School of Economics and former fellow at Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard Law School, and the founder of EDDS, an independent research organization working at the intersection of EdTech, AI, and education. But according to my youngest son, I am this person holding a pen. Which only means that we really have to bring in children and young people's voices in these discussions about EdTech and AI. Without further ado, let's hear from Molly on what is everyday like in schools for a teacher juggling advancing technologies. Molly, take it away, please.
We can hear you now, Molly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Brilliant. So I'm here to present on what I perceive to be the invisibility cloak that EdTech has cast upon the pedagogic process and the classrooms in the K-12 system. As my colleague Veli has mentioned, I am a junior high school science teacher, and I have been a science teacher for 8 years. However, I have aspired to be a teacher my entire life. We can all in this moment think of a teacher that has impacted us positively. And I liken it to the weather. You can always talk to someone about a teacher. And the education that I grew up with is not the education that I'm witnessing as a teacher. So first and foremost, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues for giving me the opportunity as a practitioner to exercise my voice on this platform, because the practitioner's voice is often never heard. So, first and foremost, I'd like to begin with a quote. Decisions and legislation are often driven by the values and ethics held by the present dominant power, and the classroom is no different. So the teacher is the one that gets to decide what's important based on one's moral and ethical code. And those values lie at the heart of the classroom community. And it's society that the ethical code builds their moral constructs and builds civilization together. And we thrive under what we refer to as the social contract. And it's these individuals that are willing to make sacrifices if it means that everybody gets to benefit in what we refer to as the greater good. And again, the classroom is no different. So students take turns, they share materials, they share space, and this is all in the name of learning and education. And so as a social process, we take responsibility and we shift from human to automation, as we shift from human to automation, we really need to ask ourselves, what do societies look like when algorithms slowly encroach on this decision-making sphere? So when teachers are no longer making 100% of the decisions with these values and ethics behind them, we really need to pump the brakes here and decide and really consider what our societies are going to look like as a whole. And that brings me in right here, the pedagogist. Can you see my slides?
Yes, perfectly, Molly.
Okay, perfect. So I always say that teachers have a very special glimpse into the future, and we get the first glimpse at emerging trends and things like style and music and lingo. And while I cannot tell you what society will look like as a whole in the future, I can tell you what a traditional US junior high school classroom looks like right now. And I can tell you that data mining, automated prediction, and machine learning is found in every single digital tool that I currently use in my classroom. Under traditional societal constructs and within social groupings, we can dictate what is right, wrong, acceptable, typical, or not with each new integration of these AI tools or behavioral surveillance tools that evoke some kind of Pavlovian response. And all these children are subjected to that. And as a pedagogist, I witness that daily. And I don't get a say as to whether these tools are used or not. And so I'm witnessing my autonomy as a teacher slowly get taken from me over time. All the while, I watch my students' behaviors become modified by a device that's in their hand. And so, EdTech was initially introduced as a tool to supplement my practice. But now, it's not so much the case. Now, my students are being plopped in front of a device, and this artificial intelligence is the one that is either making the initial decision or prompting a future decision on behalf of me and my students. And so, as I said, EdTech was initially introduced as a tool that teachers could incorporate into our instruction in novel and creative ways. Yet somehow now, schools are depending on it for the entire school day and even beyond, with homework and textbooks at home. And in a growing body of research now, scholars are now unveiling how the integration of technology is undermining and redefining me as a pedagogist, as a teacher, and it's robbing me of my autonomy. And so the scholars such as Friesen and Peralta and Goulson and Williamson and Winsenberger and ZD 2020 and even my colleague Dr. Hillman, we've all explored these concepts, and we highlight these perspectives and the integration of public education of AI into public education systems, and have really observed how the private infrastructure, how the privatization of education is taking over, and it's imposing these constraints on the freedoms of everybody involved. And I wanted to highlight an example. The dashboard. And so the dashboards, as you can see here, is just data. It's just a bunch of data that's collected on students. And it was an attempt to offer convenient views on how our students were doing in a real-time performance display. But what we're finding is these are not always neutral representations of learning. And it's kind of been a way of education to kind of double down on artificial intelligence. The first being AI to assess students, and the second being this quote unquote impartial dashboard meant to steer the pedagogic process. And what it does for us is it goes back to the title of my talk here. The invisibility of all of it is parents and other stakeholders don't see all of this data. Look at all of this data, all of these charts, all of these colors. And it's really capitalizing on our teachers and their incessant need for order and control and structure. And to if we can walk away from getting our kids from red to green, then we can feel like we have accomplished something, when in reality, have we? It's kind of erroneous data, that when in reality, we haven't really even been trained on how to use or do any of this. We're pedagogists, we're experts in education. We're not experts in statistics or analyzing data. We're experts in teaching kids how to read and do math. And all of this information is stored on invisible lines of digital code. And now we're, as institutions, dependent on this. And I see a problem with that. So I make some recommendations. I believe that as policymakers, we really need to consider this concept of relational ethics. We need to examine and assess how AI systems are integrated and used in education, how they will affect children and all stakeholders, really, in the long run. We need to consider how these predictive tools affect kids in the long run. And furthermore, we really need to recognize that key stakeholders in education, do we really need artificial intelligence? Can we depend on the experts and their pedagogical expertise alone? Like, who decided that artificial intelligence was of the utmost importance and needed to be in our sphere in the first place? So discussions within AI systems, edtech providers, and other stakeholders are really needed to reach a broad consensus for standardized benchmarking and transparent conditions and obligations, and transparency, accountability measures. They need to be set up to use these algorithms and data processing appropriately, effectively, thoughtfully, intentionally, and furthermore, again, to kind of give credit to my colleague, Dr. Hillman. She also brings up the notion that some of these providers, if not most of these providers, are not even licensed to really make these judgment calls or to operate in the first place in this educational sphere themselves. They're not the experts. We are, as the practitioner. And we really need to establish clarity with regard to who is liable when things go wrong. Is it going to be education? Is it going to be the K-12 system? Or is it going to be those that intruded in this space in the first place, ed tech? And so we really need to consider the long-term effects before we just start unrolling these things into the classroom, and how it's truly going to affect kids. Kids are more than just a number. They are people. And like I said, I entered this profession admiring my teachers, and the profession right now does not look anything like it did when I was a young girl admiring those that stood before me. So, thank you.
Thank you, Molly. That was really compelling presentation. I already have questions for you, but let's hear next from Samantha on what are the premises, promises, and perils for literacy and reading readiness in Caribbean and African contexts.
Thank you so much, Belly, and also to Molly for starting us off with such an interesting perspective. And I too have some questions, so I can't wait to get into our discussions today. And it links into some of the things that I was speaking about. And I am quite excited to really share with you today about this concept of critical reading readiness. And importantly, when we speak about this context, I will explore and really interrogate critical reading readiness through a global south lens and really discuss what this means for the evolution and governance of data and algorithmic decision making systems. But before I really delve into this talk, I just want to really acknowledge that when we discuss or present this broad term of the global south, there is always sort of a challenge of how to include this vast array of countries and cultures into this single concept. So I just wanted to highlight that there's differences when we speak about the global south, for example, with discussions around internal differences itself should really play an important part in the discussion. But for today's context and given the time, the constraints in time, I have decided to focus on the Caribbean region. So for example, countries such as Barbados and Jamaica, for example, and also two countries in Africa, Ghana and Nigeria, with which I've had previous interactions in terms of workshops and research. So I just wanted to highlight that. Now, when we think about these contexts and really along with the emergence of different types of technologies, there are really differences in diverse digital spaces that have been open. And as a result of that, we have an increase in misinformation, disinformation, and even polarization. So across the world, what this has done is has really shaped the direction of the internet and those who govern it. And now there is sort of a renewed interest in the skills that children, young people really require to responsibly navigate digital environments. Now, one area of upskilling that has really taken effect is really the need to focus on this concept of digital intelligence. Now, digital intelligence, it comprises, as you can see here on screen, 24 skills across 8 competency areas. And as visualized here on the screen, it really is an area that looks at things like digital use, digital safety, etc., as you can see. Now, the concept of digital intelligence, it's really recognized as a really important part of supporting future generations to really grapple with big questions and the challenges that we see being of importance and emerging within the 21st century. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight is that even though we have these different competency areas, I'll focus on digital literacy, which takes into consideration things like AI literacy, computational literacy, etc., and more specifically, critical reading readiness. And really, what this construct really means is that it involves two areas. So, skills, meaning the skills that students need to evaluate, interpret, and analyze, but also critical reading disposition. So, one of the things in the literature, especially around skills attributes that students need, is that we are often so focused on the skill and we tend to not focus on the dispositional element, which is the willingness to use their critical reading skill. So in any sort of approach or intervention to elevate students' voices in the governance of the internet and equipping them with these skills, it's important to focus on the skills component, but also the dispositional element, the willingness to do that. Now, as of March 2020, the internet has reached over, almost 50 or almost 60% of the world's population. And we can see that the greatest rates of increase in internet penetration over the last decades have really occurred in places like Africa, Middle East, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and even Asia, with it, in fact, Asia being home to over half of the world's internet users. Now, of course, this has also increased beyond that time because of COVID and the requirement to access online learning spaces. So, although we have some work to achieve in terms of universal access, in terms of access to the internet, these upward trends for access in the global South nations is a good news. But I must pause here to really acknowledge that while there is an increase in usage and really this steady progression, and we've sort of we're aiming to reduce the first digital divide, access to internet spaces and infrastructure. There really continues to be the second digital divide, such that countries in the global south are still exponentially behind their global north countries in terms of being able to have the skills and the dispositions and really the actions that are needed to engage critically in spaces of what internet governance might look like and having these meaningful conversations about how the internet should be governed, especially given consideration to the diverse population that really relies on the internet within the global south. So, although we know that there is still a second digital divide, unfortunately, one of the things that we haven't learned so much so within the case of the Caribbean, especially in when I use Jamaica and Barbados as an example, we don't yet have a good understanding of essentially, we don't have a global understanding of how well students in these countries are able to critically read, and therefore the extent to which they're able to meaningfully have sort of the skills and dispositions to meaningfully contribute to conversations around internet governance. And pictured here on screen is really, and I do a lot of work in the assessment space, and here on screen is really an overview of education systems that participate in the International Computer and Information Literacy Study, which is really a global opportunity offered by the International Association for Evaluation of Educational Achievement. And in this study, it tends to assess students' readiness to responsibly participate in the digital world, including and related to students' opportunities and also not necessarily opportunities, but their readiness to participate in conversations related to internet governance. And as you can see here on screen, well, since its inception in 2013, there has been really minimal participation from global south context. And you can see it's very European dominated in terms of education systems that participate. And this is very, it's further complicated by the lack of research on digital literacy patterns within the global south, as identified here in a recent bibliometric analysis. And it shows that for the most part, primarily global north countries are researching about and speaking more about this topic of digital literacy linking to internet governance. And so we still have a gap in what the picture looks like in terms of, are we really ready in the global south to really engage in these critical discussions around internet governance? And also, we need to really be elevating a little bit more the conversations and the research in this space as well. Admittedly, on screen here, there are some global south countries, Indonesia, for example, they're doing really well in terms of, elevating these conversations. But by and large, there is still a gap and a lack of representation from countries in the global south. And just to provide you with a visualization, is that we do have some evidence. We do have some evidence of students' digital literacy. So on this tool that is highlighted here, one of the things is that so you can essentially see that Jamaica here is really showing the case of digital literacy here. So sorry, that tool went by so quickly, but essentially the tool, once you go on the World Skills Clock, so the website is called the World Skills Clock, and once you visit that website, it's a collaboration between UNESCO, you can get a better sense of the percentage of students who are digitally literate within their own context. And the presentation there and the demonstration was just showing around how you can find out a little bit more about Jamaica. But when I come to the towards the end of the presentation today, as a reminder, at the beginning of the presentation, I alluded to the following questions, and I think it is an opportune time to bring them back to the forefront. As you might be thinking, given all of this limitation, that we have in the limitations that we have from a global south perspective in terms of accessing comprehensive data on critical reading readiness in the global south context. So what do we actually know about critical reading readiness? And importantly, what does this mean for internet governance? So I just wanted to highlight using the context that I'm familiar with. These are just some of the initiatives that are currently happening within the global south context regarding critical reading readiness, understanding how students are ready to operate and contribute meaningfully and critically to the conversations around internet governance. So, for example, in Jamaica, there is currently a revamp of the National Assessment Plan, and now students are being not only assessed on only basic reading skills, but also critical thinking and critical reading. So this was something that was done in 2020, and it's now being elevated more within the Caribbean region. I just want to bring attention to a project that I'm currently doing, Project Amplify, between Jamaica and Barbados. And the whole aim of this project is to collaborate with local organizations. We're starting off with the metaverse, and it's really around having young people and secondary school students being able to contribute to the conversations around what is the metaverse? How should the metaverse be governed? And what sort of recommendations can we implement as a Caribbean to make sure that when these digital technologies are infiltrated in our society, how can we ensure that they're properly governed? And Barbados has been a trendsetter in this area because they have their own internet governance forum, and really is a space to bring the Bayesian internet users together to ensure that the voices of this local population are being implemented into this global idea of some of the skills that students need to properly navigate the internet spaces. I just also wanted to highlight some of the works that I've been involved in, but also collaborating in workshops and presenting on workshops in Nigeria and in Ghana. And one of the things that Nigeria is currently doing that I'm really happy about is that they're also revamping their assessment about what reading looks like through their national reading framework. But there's still some consideration that we need to give around how they're defining reading. So for example, currently it's sort of a narrow definition at the moment now, and it's really working together to ensure that this definition of what reading actually entails really takes into consideration this critical element. And also forums such as the African Internet Governance Forum. I'm happy to see that taking place a lot. The first forum was held back in Nairobi in 2012. And in fact, this year, one of the thematic areas for the African Internet Governance Forum was really focused on data protection, similar to things that Molly spoke about, but also they're also focused on digital skills and capacity development and linking this into what it means to be a responsible citizen in terms of making decisions for how the internet is governed. So in the end, this just essentially means that when students are provided with the opportunity to engage their critical reading readiness skills, they are provided with the opportunity to really acquire these skills and dispositions that will really enable them to critically interrogate decisions around how algorithms work, as well as the evolutions of algorithms and recommendation systems. In fact, this is a gap in the research. We still don't understand the evolutions of these decision-making systems. And of course, by providing them with these critical readiness skills and disposition, it provides them with access to understand the language used in this space. And through that, we do have greater representations and diversification in who contributes to the conversations around internet governance. So as I close, I just wanted to share with you just this sentiment that I've been expressing throughout my conversations on internet governance is that meaningful, impactful, and responsible internet governance, it cannot occur without a representative voice. So thank you for listening today, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Sam. It's so crucial to hear, the young people's voice, and obviously to have that focus on their skills, on their and also understanding, what their disposition is with regards to all these technologies coming into their everyday life, not only in education. So next we are going to play the presentation of Priscilla and hear more on a macro level what's happening with where exactly tech is coming from and concentrating, especially in Global South perspective, with Global South perspective. Can everybody see the video? And
Hi everyone, and thanks Veli for.
I'm just pausing for a second. Just please do let me know. Do you hear the audio?
Invitation.
Yes, we can.
It's a pleasure to be part of IGF 2022. I'm recording this video because of time zone. I'm in Brazil, that is 6 hours behind Addis Ababa. So I will talk a little bit with you about education under surveillance, infrastructure, and digital competencies misconceptions. Well, when I lead a workshop for educators, I usually emphasize as internet is a physical infrastructure made up of layers. That is important because in the educational field, it is common only consider the last layer, the most obvious layer, that is the websites and applications that we as users usually access. I like to discuss with them what is the cloud, and I explain that the cloud is a metaphor for submarine cables and data centers, and they always stay admired with this information. When I talk about influence in the educational ecosystem nowadays, we need to consider the new context of digital culture. This context is totally different. It's totally taken by AI technologies based on data, machine learning, deep learning. This current context is completely different from 20 years ago, at the beginning of the web. More than buy or adopt products or services to support teaching and learning process. Now we have a data-driven business model. And this new model assumes that it's free of charge. But in fact, the payment is done with data. In our case, students and educators' data. Our education under surveillance observatory has mapped where the email servers from public universities and public secretaries of education, state and city levels in Brazil and South America. Around 65% of the email servers are under the dominion of US tech companies. It is an issue related to data, of course, to data protection, but also to public and strategy data that has been sent to big tech data centers, improving their business model without any kind of compensation for the local institution. So instead of using data to improve education, schools have been contributing to commercial interests. You can access the website. It has English and Spanish version, and you can navigate between in the map, and you can see these red dots represent the institutions who has their data center email servers in external data centers. In addition to the emails, basic education secretaries have been using applications from these big tech platforms and showing this as an innovation, when in fact, They are replacing professional development to training teachers on proprietary tools like that. In conclusion, I'd like to bring a reflection about two frequent misconceptions or misbeliefs. The first one is related to a polarity between closed platforms and open source platforms, as if it were enough to choose or to change to an open source alternative, it would be a solution. But the solution is not simple because there is an ecosystem, a huge ecosystem. Our studies in Brazil show that the most famous open source or free software, like Moodle, used by online courses, are also hosted in big tech data centers. And the second misconception is related to usual understanding that digital education is only about usability. We always hear about digital competencies, digital skills, assessment tools, and even open digital educational resources. The infrastructure layer that support all of these, that imbued political and economical issues, has been always ignored. So we have some important new digital literacies to promote when we consider AI governance in this tech education context. Being aware of the current social, political, economic context of digital culture. Technology is not just a tool, it's not neutral. The choice of technology should be a governance decision. Creativity and autonomy instead of dependence. How to use open standards, mainly in educational field. Human rights in the digital environment. Digital rights should be an issue, a subject to teach or to discuss in schools. Regulatory frameworks for digital citizenship. Individual versus collective responsibility. It's important to discuss with our students that it's not enough to think before posting, because there are an ecosystem, there are an infrastructure system organized by platforms, by companies that are responsibility for these companies and for the government. And civic participation. How might we promote AI, open data, AI and open data for common good? I would like to share with you some of our recent studies and reports. They were translated into English, so you can access the link and you share my presentation with you. Some articles about this problem related to data and rights in educational and childhood. Two studies, important studies that are run by Internet Steering Committee in Brazil. I'm part of the study. One of them discussed the problems, the conception of platformization in education, and the second one is about the partnership, the disparities in this kind of partnership, the contracts, the documents that the secretaries of education establish with companies. And there will be the third study related to geopolitical and infrastructure in March 2023. And this report, it was launched in 2021. It was a partnership between my university, University of Campinas, and Bristol University to discuss in a workshop how should be the new digital literacies and digital inclusion when we consider the contemporary Brazil. Contemporary Brazil, there is a mistake here. And we can access my slides using this QR code, or I can send to Belislava and she can share with you. So I would like to thank you and have a nice panel.
That was excellent, and I liked particularly the part on autonomy and managing the dependence on technologies. And now let's hear from Emmanuel.
Hi everyone, pleased to be here. Good morning from Nigeria. I would be speaking about I was speaking on the topic. Um, can AI injustice have unintended or unintended human foundations or foundations in the people that administer or choose the technology? So basically, what we see is that educational institutions are increasingly turning to edtech products to scale their capacity for digital and e-learning. But then the problem, continues to exist that even though the affordances of edtech is well established in terms of how it helps educational institutions scale capacity and build resilience, even in difficult times like we saw during the pandemic. One question is often frequently missing in conversations about what edtech to adopt and how to go about this. And this is the question of at what cost. And by cost, I'm not referring to pricing or purchasing, but rather I'm talking about the potential impact and consequences. You see, the reality remains that when school administrators have to choose between edtech solutions that they do not understand, what the implications are of the data that is being collected and how such data is processed and stored, what happens is that this ignorance is extended and basically imposed upon learners in the form of edtech solutions, which impact they do not understand because their choices have not been considered. I'll quickly share 3 case studies and then move over to the crux of the problem before I end with recommendations. So between December 2021 and January 2022, an edtech organization, Illuminates Education, an edtech solution rather, fell victim to a cyber attack that exposed the personal data of millions of users across America, including 800,000 current and former students across 700 public schools in New York City. The cyber attack on Illuminate Education leaked personal data, including race and ethnicity data, as well as students' test scores. It even included information about students' tardiness ratings, migrant status, behavioral incidents, and descriptions of disabilities. And in the second case study, in the periods between late 2020, even until early 2022, students, faculty, and alumni have continued to speak out about some issues relating to Proctorio. Proctorio is a popular edtech solution that is in use across America and the Caribbean. And these issues range from issues of invasions of privacy, bias against students of color, bias against students with accessibility needs and learning disabilities like neurodivergence and anxiety, bias against low-income and rural students, harm to transgender students, against a list of other issues. And the final case study has to do with the rise in protests against edtech solutions that we have begun to see emerging in digital spaces. This trend has been described with phrases like edtech resistance, edtech activism, and edtech lash. But then what is the crux of the problem? You see, the global transition to online learning in the aftermath of the pandemic, made businesses and investors to see lucrative opportunities and business potentials in the edtech market. And so many edtech companies and solutions began to spring up, but then the rush to bring these solutions to market so that investors can begin to receive returns on their investments meant that many of them, were not properly built, or they were poorly built. They did not adhere to some of the best practices around cybersecurity and data privacy. And, a number of them were not robustly tested as well. And because regulators were not quite prepared to deal with the sudden flood of products that began to emerge at the time. A number of these products made it to the market without proper regulatory scrutiny. Now, in a world where decisions and actions are increasingly digitalized and data-driven, intermediated by technology, no one wants their behavioral incident records from high school to end up in the hands of employers or recruiters several years later. The consequences could be damning, especially as we begin to discuss issues of race and disability and, migration and various other adjoining issues. Now, in the global South context, where regulation is ineffective and basically absent for most jurisdictions, or for many jurisdictions, I would say, the impact is more far-reaching. So how do we move forward from here? I think the first thing we need to do at this juncture is we need to begin to have regulators and government security experts begin to take a closer look at the tech solutions that we have on the market today, so that they could advise educational administrators accordingly. Just like the US FTC did with EdTech giant Chegg recently. I think that was in the US, if I remember correctly, because actually some of these EdTech solutions that we have seen could be systematically violating human rights at scale. And also, we need to have educational administrators begin to seek professional help. Now, choosing edtech solutions should not be only a question of pedagogy and learning capabilities that these solutions provide. EdTech professional or educational administrators now need to seek professional help from security experts and IT experts, before adopting EdTech solutions. They need to understand what are the implications of how these EdTech solution is performing. Beyond the pedagogic affordances of these solutions, we need to understand how could they, bring about consequences inadvertently in the long run that could be unpleasant or retributive to both learners and teachers and alumni many years later. And then finally, we also need to have learners, to begin to have a say. Learners should be allowed a say in all the decisions and consultations regarding edtech solutions that are being chosen for their use. And we discussed this at length in a recent paper that was published last year with Veli and a colleague of ours. You can pick up that reading. We are going to put the link in the chat, and then we hope that you would engage further from here. Thank you very much. I'll yield the floor back to Veli.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We have very few minutes left. I appreciate everyone's presentations. I just wanted to, before we get into some Q&A for the remaining time, I wanted to quickly just mention that, in the rush of, providing connectivity and access to internet, it's also important to do this with critical perspective in mind, and and really think about governing and putting some appropriate measures to ensure that all the risks relating to datafication, surveillance, techno-determinism don't swoop in along the way. Educational development specifically is not merely about scaling or mixing up existing edtech, as we heard from Molly. We do need the the perspective of young people as well, the way we heard from Samantha and from Emmanuel as well. I just wish to mention a quick analogy that's a very simple metaphor with regards to governance of edtech and AI coming into education. It is when we want to protect children from fast driving cars on the roads, we impose policies, rules and procedures, and we put in speed cameras. And the speed cameras are a way to monitor and control and to ensure that all the drivers observe these limitations. And in AI and EdTech in education, there is neither speed cameras at the design stage of these products, nor in the market as they operate. So to monitor, control the sector, let's think about installing these appropriate speed cameras, so to speak. But beyond that, if we have to also address, from the governance of educational data, what sort of data is being collected, what is the appropriateness, what is the purpose, and the what is really the need, and whom does this benefit? Can we put proper appropriate measures to ensure that whatever data is being collected, there is a substantial necessity for using that. And for industry, we also need to think in terms of governance with regards to make data processing observable. We need more transparency on that. And then from educational perspective, again, we need to continue to introduce where it hasn't, learning and teaching data use and purpose and literacies. I want to thank everybody for the excellent presentations, a lot of food for thought and questions. I wanted to pass on to Roberto to see if anyone on from his side has any questions for the panelists.
Thank you very much, Belly. Anyone would like to intervene, make a comment or a question in the room? Okay, I think it was clear. Do you want to make an intervention? Yes, I think we have one. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay, can speak laudably. I really enjoyed the presentation made by the lady who spoke about education in contemporary. I think the session was titled, there were many research that she shared. I would be very interested to find if she can share more material with us about digital literacies and inclusion in maybe contemporary African countries. Since this session was about Global South, the example she made was from only Brazil. It will be very interesting to learn about more case studies from especially the African continent. That's my contribution and question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think back to you, Veli.
Thank you, Sam. I think there was a lot of input from your end for the African, within the African context on digital literacies. Would you like to make a comment on that, or perhaps share some more of your research?
Yes, so in terms of the initiatives that are based in Africa, I am quite excited to see this emerging space as well, especially some of the things that I mentioned around, for example, even the Internet Forum that's happening, the African Internet Governance Forum that's happening, or that has emerged since 2012 in Kenya, and it was held this year in Malawi. And so one of the things that I am really keen to see really emerging from this context is not only the focus on the digital skills, because the thematic areas that have been described in the African Internet Governance Forum was really around affordable and meaningful access, cybersecurity, and also digital infrastructure. And one of the things, or some of the events that preceded the African Internet Governance Forum was preceded by 3 events. So first, the School on Internet Governance, Youth Africa and IGF, Internet Governance Forum, and also the Parliamentarian Symposium. So we see that even though you have this broad forum that's happening, there are things in the background happening, and I'm particularly keen to see what will emerge from the spaces of the youth and young people. And as part of this, and as part of the forum within the African Internet Governance Forum, there is really, you can see a commitment where they are actively participating in the development and adoption of norms and regulations and policies and even standards and protocols within Africa for data protection and overall internet governance needs within the African context. And there is a special emphasis that has been placed on the Malabo Convention. And really the Malabo Convention really envisions Africa as a single entity in terms of data and privacy protections, and calls for really a more harmonized, independent, and robust legal framework which protects all people from processors and data controllers. So I am excited to see what's happening in this space, and how young people especially their voices will be given, amplified and given a little bit more meaning within these conversations around internet governance.
Thank you very much. And as we're reaching towards the end, I'm seeing that there's another question in the chat on how does one prepare learners for critical disposition. In fact, that was one of my questions that I had put down to ask for later. And I guess it's reflective. It is a question that should address everybody. We've brought in on the panel the perspectives and the research from aspects where digital technologies are becoming part and parcel of the learning educational process and the pedagogical process, and we're seeing some of the negative aspect that we'll look out for, which should be a kind of a model to both to look for better ways for better governance when we're introducing technologies elsewhere where these are still not ubiquitous. I guess we're out of time. I really appreciate Roberto's help on site, and I want to say thank you to all the panelists and our audience. And I look forward to further connecting, and I hope that we can have more opportunities to meet at future IGF. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Belly. Thank you, everyone. The session is closed now.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
changing those unjust realities.
Thank you so much, Abeba. And I think that's a lot of the data justice work is trying to look at, acknowledging these deep structural inequalities that are perpetuated with, with advancing digital technologies being overlaid over these inequalities. Can anything be done? Or are we actually just, confronted by such deep cleavages? Jenny, I'm hoping that you could speak to us a little bit about data, what you understand by data justice in your Connected by Data work, but you're also the co-lead of the Data Governance Working Group of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence that has also just produced some policy briefs and papers together with IT for Change and RIA on data justice, but broadly, and also from Connected, specifically by by data, where you're looking at collective decision making. Please let us hear what you think about where we stand with data justice at the moment.
Thanks, Alison, and thanks for everybody for letting me join today. So I suppose I come from having a background in open data, so the idea that access to data is a great way of breaking down the exclusive power of big data holders, whether that's government or big tech or even like large NGOs. That open data can bring us greater accountability. We can see what organizations are up to. We can see what they see and see the world in the way that they see it. That open data provides us with more or easier collaborative work, like work around humanitarian OpenStreetMap, for example, and that open data can bring more economic opportunity. So things like small businesses being able to get hold of this data that is otherwise held in silos by these big data holders and power holders. But over like a stretch of time, that a dozen years or so that I've been working, starting in open data, it's just really become apparent that simply providing more access to data doesn't create just outcomes at all. And I think there are two fundamental things around that for me. One is that even when you're making data open to everyone, people have different capabilities to exploit that data, different know-how, different access to connectivity, to compute, to electricity, different kinds of access to ideas, to funding, to networks, different kind of cultural capital. So often that openness of data disproportionately benefits those who are already ahead of the game. And the second thing is that all of this data that we're talking about is about people and it's about communities, and it's used to affect people and communities. And so there are issues around representation, both over-representation and over-surveillance, and under-representation, so people being unseen and therefore unsupported and not factored into the way that data gets used. We've got all of these issues of data extractivism, so data being collected about communities that don't then have power to use it, and instead like that data gets collected, done something with, and then those communities are acted upon rather than having power within that relationship. We have all these issues around data colonialism, so where the structures and the very way in which data makes us think about the world is based not on the way that communities think about themselves, but about the way that colonizers think about them. And we have these broader and differential impacts on communities. So who benefits most from these new amazing uses of data and technology? It's not just about, out and out harms, it's also about distributional kind of benefits as well. So all of those issues, like while I was at the Open Data Institute, I was really wrestling with and really became very salient to me. When I first started on my open data journey, it was a lot about knowledge is power, and having more knowledge is a great thing. But the power needs to rest with the people that the knowledge is about. Those communities need to have power in order to get knowledge, in order to help themselves. And so that's why I've been that's why I've moved to working at Connected by Data, to really focus on this issue of collective and participatory data governance, to try and push for greater, in both practice and in policy, but also in just the way that we talk about data, to recognize it as a collective, as something that has collective impacts, and as something where the communities who are affected by it need to have power, need to be able to control how it is collected and used and shared. And also that led into the work that it was one of the reasons I was particularly supportive of the work that Alison, really you led at the Global Partnership on AI around data justice, and around trying to make those like that recognition of power in the way in which data works and the way in which AI works and the impacts that it has on our societies, to recognize that and to take it into account during the development of AI, which is maybe some more of what we'll get onto as we talk in the rest of the session.
Thank you so much for that, Jenny. And perhaps if we can just go straight into Anita. Anita, first, before we go into some further discussion on your different works, just tell us what you broadly understand by data justice and maybe where those data justice debates are at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, and I'm just going to build on what Jenny said, actually, and also take on the approach that we have, tried to adopt with respect to data justice being connected to AI justice. And I think that this is about reclaiming the knowledge commons of social data for furthering individual and collective sovereignty. We can't forget the individual, and we can't forget the larger societal context. And herein lies the right to self-determination, economic and political self-determination, and the right of all peoples to pursue autonomous pathways to development, which also is one of the crucial cornerstones of the World Summit on the Information Society and its mandate for the UN IGF in this larger context of the intelligence economy, right? Now, I just want to put in a rider here, and that is because we don't really have a normative consensus at the international level on what to do about data governance. So it almost seems like the cart before the horse when we talk about data justice, almost as if, we are talking about a benchmark like the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, etc. But we really don't have that. And that creates certain problems because data justice is not possible under the current de facto mechanisms in which international economic law works. And what do I mean by this? Primarily two things. One is the IP regime. So we do need to think through how to price open, also in the tradition of, the contributions that Jenny made, with respect to open data, etc., on how intelligence enclosures that occur on account of data enclosures in transnational platform businesses, how could we actually open them up, and what should we be doing to overturn current IP regimes to arrive at something that is not anachronistic to the data economy? So from the extreme right wing to the extreme left, people are quite agreed on the need to contain this kind of first mover, behemoth power. But this control in perpetuity of data is something that is really a non-starter if we want to democratize data value. The second, in terms of the conditions that really complicate data justice, and we need to transform this, is really the way by which, in the absence of data governance mechanisms, we often see data-related regulation go through regulatory frameworks for trade and e-commerce. And that also entrenches the current dominant power, particularly of two countries, the United States and China. And it takes away the power of many countries. And ideas of allowing data to flow with trust complicate things, because we are not just limiting justice to the idea of, okay, let there be economic injustice, if only there can be civic justice for privacy. And, this kind of false binary is really not what we want. And therefore, multilateral norms, processes, and normative consensus is very important. If I might just take 2 more minutes, because I just want to place this in the context of the much awaited Global Digital Compact. We also seem to have a call to really preserve the common heritage of mankind in the form of the digital commons. But this kind of ignores two aspects, that data justice, as I said, is enclosed under IP, and there's just going to be a scramble, and all data sets do not belong to all peoples. So the idea of the commons has to be carefully engineered, I think, even while talking about governance and regulations, so that the benefits that Jenny spoke about are very, very clearly embedded in any regulatory or governance framework. And I think the claims of the relevant data publics in terms of three things. I would talk about egalitarianism. I would talk about, which is, the idea of recognition, and to avoid misrecognition that our first speaker spoke about in AI. Contextualized decision-making in the form of federalism, understanding that data and decisions about data should be closest to people. And of course, the idea of economic rights and distributive justice. I think these are really important. And this is what is the focus, I think, of collective rights, which in proprietarian frameworks of the EU, which are by and large individualist, really don't obtain. And I think just separating things for the purposes of paperwork in terms of the binaries of personal versus non-personal, simply is sidestepping the elephant in the room, which is that there is an inalienability of data in terms of individual sovereignty, and we need a solution that can actually be much more comprehensive. So I will leave it there.
Thank you very much, Anita, and that's a very nice segue to our next round of questions. But I just did want to emphasize that this was proposed as a round table, and we are all meant to be involved in this discussion around the table. So if anybody would like to make a point on, or raise a question or comment in relation to those first inputs, please do go ahead. Kito, do we have any comments online? Great. Okay. Well, I think we've got a very nice background there for our discussion, and in fact, we've already got into some of the practical ways that we have to address this. Anita's already got into some of the governance issues that we'll have to tackle, and the inadequacy of the current kind of binaries, these divisions that we've spoken about, and the outcomes of some of these more individualized, non-collective, non-economically or materially informed governance and frameworks that we've got in place. But just to return to Abeba, your work with these big giant data sets that you're ordering, can there be just outcomes? I mean, if we're not talking about a really kind of manageable data set that you can deal with the biases and that, with these big giant databases that are influencing millions of decisions every day and impacting on people's lives, can they be just? Can there be just outcomes?
Yes and no, but first let's go back and look at what large-scale data sets mean and their critical importance. So if you think of AI, it's only over the last 14, 15 years that it has come to dominate the world. For example, 2008 marks what they call the deep learning revolution, with the rise of ImageNet, which is a large-scale open-sourced data set. So the techniques and the methods for AI has been around since the 1960s, the 1970s. So what really made a critical point for AI to be really everywhere is just the availability, I say this with a quotation mark, with the availability of large-scale data sets. And that availability came with the internet, because you need millions and billions of data to train AI systems, and the only place you could find that kind of data is the internet. So it's data sets are really critical. They are the backbone of AI systems. You need huge volumes of data sets to train and validate AI systems. So with that in mind, having understood the importance of data sets for AI systems, data sets, I work with vision data sets. Data sets usually are marked with various problems. For example, because much of the data set comes from the internet, people, whether it's whether it's text we write on the web, whether it's like the selfies we take and upload on the web, it's those content that become data sets. So they do, to a large extent, reflect the status quo or stereotypes rather than representing any underlying reality. So data sets by nature tend to hold negative stereotypes to minoritized communities. Data sets also tend to contain content that shouldn't be there, and a lot of audit work has demonstrated that. You find, for example, for image data sets, you find content that shouldn't be there. For example, images of children. In my own work, we've also found images of rape, loads of pornographic images especially on image data sets. Also, another problem with data sets is 99% of the time there is no consent. People are not asked if it's okay to use their images or their text to data sets. So these are some of the issues that tend to be anti-equity and harmful rather than helpful. So with this context in mind, again, about data sets, a lot of whatever system we build based on these data sets, again, tends to reflect the stereotypes that are held in data sets, the labeling space that is discriminatory or biased in data sets. So the models often reflect these, and the outputs often reflect this. So generally, data sets are not very just by nature. They are actually unjust by default. We really have to, it's better to assume data sets are harmful and unjust by nature and then work from there to make them better, or to detoxify them, or whatever method we can come up with. So having outlined the various negative issues that show that large-scale data sets tend to be unjust for especially communities at the margins of society, it's also possible to have a just. I don't want to be a pessimist. There are also data sets can also be just. And another major issue that prevents data sets from being just is often take a look at big corporations or big research institutions that collect and curate these large-scale data sets. Their objectives really is not, how do we advance justice? It really is how do we build the bigger, better, models with more parameters. So those objectives are one of the big obstacles as to why data sets tend to be not just. So again, having said that, there are various examples where just data sets is possible. So my go-to example is the Maori community. They, for example, are building various language technologies, speech technologies, and as the previous speaker said, for data justice to be realized, the people that these systems are supposed to be helping have to be in control of both the data sets and the systems. And the Maori community, what the Maori community is doing exactly that. So from at every step of the pipeline of that language technology that they are building, they really are in control. For example, in one of the projects, they collected voice data, over 300 hours of voice data. They labeled, annotated, cleaned the dataset themselves. They built the technology themselves for themselves, and they have, I think, the Maori principle. I can't remember the exact full name, where they have some kind of governance and policy, regulatory outlines that makes sure that puts them in complete control about access to data. They have their own data infrastructure where they know where exactly where the data set is going. So from all the way from data sets to tech building to control of infrastructure, they really have the autonomy. So I guess this is, for me, an example that it's possible to have just or equitable data sets, but that requires a lot of work, and this kind of work is not without challenges. They have faced so many challenges throughout the project. For example, driven by this idea of open sourcing, the momentum for open sourcing, they had so much pushback from big corporations to open up their data, and they had to fight. They had to work hard to make sure that the data set remains in their own control. So just to summarize, yes, large-scale data sets tend to be anti-equitable and extremely harmful, and they just exacerbate stereotypes. But also, it's possible to have a just one, as long as we have the objectives, that is not profit maximization or efficient maximization, but an objective where at the core is to benefit or to protect the welfares of the people that such technology is supposed to help in the first place. And it has to be also done by the people, for the people. So you can't build language technology from outside and import it into these communities and call it just technology. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Abeba. So your point about these big data sets being inherently by default unjust, and the only way we can kind of get the just outcomes from data sets is by them being located very much within communities, within protocols that communities have control over, that they've, this is kind of quite bleak in a certain sense, in that, and as you've said, is how resource intensive it is. Yeah. So I suppose, Jenny, just perhaps turning to you, I mean, are there alternatives in terms of collective decision making or community decision making that could have some sort of more systemic effect, or is it actually only within community or collective that we're going to get these just outcomes, and we have to accept that the rest of the sort of systemic governance will not work in terms of producing just outcomes?
So the way the way that I think about it is that I think we need to have frameworks and policies and principles that essentially allow the kind of and enable the kind of federalism that Anita was talking about, and the kind of responses that Abeba was just talking about, like with the Maori initiatives to be in charge of their own data. And there are obviously mechanisms through which you can have communities like that gaining control of and governing and deciding outcomes for the kinds of data that we're talking about. One of the things that we're trying to do at Connected by Data is really make that practical. So I think that the understanding that we need to have communities being practically in control of data that is about them and that is going to be used to affect them is something that seems to me to be fairly common knowledge or common understanding across the data governance community. This is something that, you know, we talk a lot about collective data governance, participatory AI, the role of deliberative decision making, and so on. The thing that is the challenge is to make that practical within the varying kinds of decisions that need to be made by organizations or by data holders or by communities. And you need different kinds of techniques and different kinds of participatory techniques in order to make that happen. So for example, if you are setting big principles around the use of a particular type of data in a particular type of circumstance, then you need to have a big kind of deliberative participative exercise of a citizens jury or citizens assembly, something like that, that enables multiple voices, representative voices, to be heard in a considered way, where you are you know, balancing up the different pros and cons and the benefits and disbenefits that might come from different kinds of principles that you put around it. So a really kind of considered approach to set like these big principles. And then at the other kind of extreme, then you have very tiny kind of operational decisions that are being made by individual organizations about, shall we share this data with this organization, say for doing this particular research project, where you also need to have the voices of the people that are represented in the data and the voices of the people who are going to be affected by the use of the data in that research project in the discussion, right? So we need to have like different kinds and levels of participation, different forms of participation through all of the different kinds of decisions that are being made throughout a data lifecycle and throughout the kind of use of data by different organizations in all of these ways. Now, getting there is a big leap, but the only way that we do that is by getting the right policies and principles in place in the frameworks that we have, and including at the international level. Right now, then our frameworks are based on, you know, things that were agreed in the 1970s with a very kind of global north, individualized kind of approach to the way of using data. And we really need to switch those to something that like recognizes the collective impact of data, that recognizes the right to participate in the way in which data is collected and used and shared, and also has some teeth to it, that enables proper kind of voice and representation it has some kind of redress mechanisms when that doesn't actually happen. So getting those kinds of frameworks in place that will then allow these varying different kinds of participation to actually happen, allow it, enforce it, and enable it. That's what's going to be necessary in order to move us to that better future that we need to be heading towards. Because right now we're on a path to a greater individualization of those kinds of decisions. You own your data, you control your data as being the way in which as being the narrative that is governing the way that organizations let you have control over your data. And that individualization actually diminishes the power that we have collectively and in our communities in order to actually make a difference to the way in which data is used, how we're represented in it, and the way in which it has an impact on our lives. So yeah, I hope I touched on the right kinds of things there, but there's multiple different types of forms of participation, but we need those high level frameworks and those policies in place in order to enable those things to actually happen.
Thank you so much, Jenny. And I think I'm sure that Anita's responses to these questions are also going to bring up this issue of this individualization diminishing, you know, the collective power that one might have if one gets these policy frameworks right. Just to go to Anita. Anita, your work on economic justice has been drawn on our work at Research ICT Africa. We've drawn very much on that, and of course we work together for the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence to draw out the work that you've been doing on economic justice, making the point that this is, really what is required, that you actually need economic regulation if you're going to be trying to deal with some of the systemic and more structural inequities that are there, power inequities that are there. Would you speak to us a little bit more about that?
Thanks, Alison. I think this is a very, very interesting and somewhat contentious area. Why would I say that? Because I wouldn't want to exoticize the idea of the collective. I think what we're not talking about is, having a broad framework or a meta-regulatory framework for data that works for the world in a business as usual way, with a certain exceptionalism for people like, the First Peoples or Aboriginal peoples like in my country. But to actually look at this question of the collective as more like a social contract question, right? So what we're not talking about, therefore, is what do we do with rules that can make every data set somewhat artisanal, right? That would be, I think, a distraction. Because yes, I think stewardship practices of data should be a right, because collectives, for instance, parents of children with a very rare disease could be part of a data community where they are pooling certain data and, of course, enabling people science to thrive, for instance. And, that's a perfectly lawful activity. And I think it's the right of people to come together under a trust or under a society or whatever, which is a legal framework. But what we are talking about is how do you deal with public value creation while you recognize private value creation in the data economy? So the question of large versus artisanal, I think, is probably a red herring. And what we need to do is really look at the social contract for data as something that's more like the idea that the municipalism's movement of Barcelona, Amsterdam, and others have actually taught us, which is a bundle which will take care of the right to access and use, which is the base inappropriability of the social commons of data, which means that it's neither yours nor mine. It is there because you and I are there together, right? What is a data point if not for its relationship with other data points, right? It's a meaningless, empty signifier. So we're talking about the right to access and use, the right to share, the right to benefit from, right not to be harmed, right to be represented in the data or not, and the right to participate in the governance of data. And all of this, I think, are a bouquet of rights which should be articulated at the highest level in I think, at a global intergovernmental multilateral system as a set of rights, which then, of course, makes its way into contextual interpretations at national and subnational levels. The second point I want to make about the whole question of engineering this kind of economic rights and justice through a social contract for data would really be to also look not at ex post or post facto implications of transparency, auditability, right to explanation, and algorithms and data. What we need is ex ante requirements, for instance, including giving body to an idea of the right to explanation in data as a method of consultation, as the process through which registries will be operational in how we decide to process data. The latest scam is how Uber drivers have been sent on untested routes just to collect data for the algorithm, just to check, what may be the shortest route, and this is something I just read today. So again, platform workers in India are not even aware of how the companies actually experiment with, algorithmic trials in various ways without their consent. So what we, of course, need, and everybody agrees in this room, is this kind of change in the business model of surveillance capitalism. And in this, I do see a strong role for, I would say, unlikely alliances. You know, we need consumer movements to come together with worker movements. We need also to see that the idea of the internet community that stands for justice is a moving target, right? You know, even 3 years ago in the UN IGF, no one thought platform workers were actually a stakeholder. Similarly, you know, today, as we speak, you know, and in the era of smart agriculture, people, farmers are important constituencies. So I do think that this bundle of rights needs to account for a futuristic scenario with very, very specific abilities for civic communities to mobilize around data, left as an important right, but equally, there should be, I think, an infrastructural dimension in the social contract to say, in large-scale data sets where we do need to address questions of, let's say, people's signs in tuberculosis, in malaria, in problems such as, for instance, in my country of child marriage, you know, sex-selective abortions. What do? We do need large-scale data sets, which is held by public agencies, you know, with independent scrutiny, as, you know, within a model of custodianship, right? And the value from that, the public value from that should be made available. And that, I think, is the crucial question about the social contract of data. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Anita. Would anybody in the room like to make a comment or raise any questions? Kito, can you give us any input from
There's a question online from Helani.
Will you read that, or is she able to speak?
She's going to speak.
Hi, this is Helani Galpaya from Learn Asia. So good to see this fabulous female panel. My question has in part been answered. I typed it out as Jenny was making her last intervention, and I think it has in a way been beautifully been answered by Anita, but let me raise it anyway because I'd really like to hear Jenny's point of view and anyone else's. We keep talking about community. What is a community? You know, I belong to multiple communities. Who decides who represents me, particularly in an unelected community representation kind of situation? And I belong to many communities that would not look after my rights. I'm not saying government looks after my rights, absolutely, but neither would some of the people who might represent my community. So how do we handle this idea of community? They're not democratically elected. Also, while I believe that communities defining sort of, you know, what data justice means and ownership of data, there's real value, not just in data, just in democratic governance. But at some point, you know, this is an infrastructure. I need it to be provided by an elected government or international, you know, treaty, etc. And I don't want to have to, you know, think every moment about this. You know, it's like, you know, infrastructure is things that can't be self-provided. So don't we just, I mean, yes, communities need to participate, but we also just need international treaties and rules and a, you know, set of, you know, governing principles, you know, and what Anita is saying is, you know, you need the ex ante, not wait for the harm. So we really do need, you know, governance rules and not necessarily expect communities all to take charge and sort of, you know, emerge from this, right? It has to be provided. That's why I have a government. That's why I pay taxes, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Helani. I think Jenny can answer that right away. I just wanted to say that there's another part of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence work on data trusts, which was done by the APTI Institute and ODI, also has some very interesting conclusions of the burden of data trusts on communities, and that they actually have to take on these additional responsibilities that are meant to be taken by the state. So, Jenny, I'm sure you've got a lot to say about that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And hi, Helani. Nice to see you. Yeah, so I suppose a few things here. So first of all, I tend to think about communities as being bounded by those that are affected by specific data collection and use. So rather than being a kind of ex-ante community, it's more that if you've got an algorithm that's predominantly affecting women, then you should include a diverse and representative set of women in the decision making around that algorithm. If you have a collection of data that is about, say, factory workers, then you should be involving some diverse and representative set of factory workers in its collection and maintenance. And so it's not that every community has to like set up a whole set of infrastructure in order to collect data about itself. It's more that if you are doing some data collection and stewarding of data, then please involve the members of the communities who are going to be affected in the governance of it. And of course, those data sets and that collection can happen at like a huge range of different kinds of levels, right? And you know, I'm definitely on the same page as you when it comes to governments having a responsibility to provide data infrastructure at international scale, at national scale, but it's also useful for, say, local communities in you know, particular fishing villages to sometimes have stewardship of data for the data that is collected around that specific community, so that they can benefit from it and so that they can have a say in how it is used. And you know, your point about unelected representatives not representing me, this is a challenge with any kind of democratic governance, right? So you know, everything that we learn from the basic participation literature and the basic participation kind of pieces that we've that has and what good governance looks like in general for the last, I don't know, even hundreds of years, right? It's stuff that we need to apply around data. And we know that none of it is perfect. We know it's all broken, you know, it is all broken. And what the way that we get to something that kind of works a bit better than just technocratic decision makers is by having lots and lots of different kinds of checks and balances, lots of different actors in the system who are empowered and have different kinds of voices and are able to through kind of through proper mechanisms, through the rule of law, be able to act on the way that things work. So I don't want to like paint the picture as being, you know, we have all of these lovely communities who are just stewarding their individual data sets. It's much more mixed picture than that. We've got big infrastructural ones where the stewardship is governments or international organizations. We have very small ones that are highly curated, that are, you know, very much representative of a tiny set of governance, a tiny set of community people, and some loads and loads of mix in between, and different kinds of, in fact, even the governance themselves need to be different for those different kinds of communities, because you've got different norms and ways of operating in those different places. You know, we'll advocate for lovely cooperative data, lovely cooperative types of structures, but there are other places where you need to have different kinds of governance, because that's a different kind of norm and that's what's going to work. So I hope that kind of addresses and answers some of that question. I noted that in your question, you also talked about, what about my data, you know, making decisions on my behalf. I think we have to recognize the challenges of individuals have about making decisions around their data, and really, you know, the collective data governance mechanisms is something that should be empowering for individuals, should provide them with with choices that are not going to be coercive, basically, so that they do still have, individuals do still have controls, but they are ones that are meaningful, rather than ones at the moment where it really isn't, and your consent is often theatre instead. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you so much for that, Jenny. Are there any questions in the room before I go to Abeba? Abeba, perhaps just because there's a yes, Kiso?
Can you hear me? thank you for the opportunity. And then, of course, I'm happy to see many panelists who are talking about data justice from Ethiopia, Addis Ababa Science and Technology University, working in the area of data. When it comes to especially culturally and linguistically diversified nations like Ethiopia, we have lots of challenges, to maintain the data justice, the fairness, ethical, machine learning system, AI systems. First of all, the issue of data justice is related to who owns the data, who produces the data, lots of challenges. Building the data set is the main area where we need to be more balanced, more equitable, responsible. Machine learning systems could be produced, and then, of course, we can use those data in fair way for all communities, in such a way that nobody is going to be affected negatively. The challenge is, the producers or the data we have from different sources are being owned either by the government or the big companies, social medias. And then the people, the communities have no mechanism to control them. And then of course, how those data sets are being used, what kind of learning system, decision systems are being produced, and then those are the challenges. The other thing, of course, sometimes the privacy of users are being abused, especially marginalized communities, women, disabled peoples. And then we want to bring some kind of fairness, in the data ecosystem. And then the issue is, there must be a mechanism how we can control how the data is being produced, and then of course the data sets are being prepared, and then what systems are in validation, testing, and then of course making those government as well as AI systems which are of course used for decision making, being more responsible, ethical. These are the major issues I'm having. Especially, I don't know actually, but Mr. Bebe was raising about the language technology, for example. We have lots of issues, diversified 80 languages in Ethiopia. Some of the languages have enough resources, others do not have. And then bringing all these data is serving all communities is equitable, and then of course fair manner is a challenge. The infrastructures are there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I know this is such a big issue and we haven't had much chance to speak, but we are probably going to lose our online people when they sharply cut us off at 1:45. So I'm going to quickly ask Abeba to take that question. And perhaps, Abeba, just to respond to some of the points that were made previously by Jenny and by Anita, practically, from your practical experience, can we do that? Can we do some of those things?
Yes, great points with the gentleman there. I agree. And I guess, can we do that? It depends. Are we in a position of power? Those that are in a position of power really make the decisions. Especially for people in this room, it's clear that people at the margins of society tend to be impacted much more disproportionately, whether it is through large-scale dataset collection or model building. But these groups and these communities often are disfranchised and they just don't have power. Take this very panel, for example. It was scheduled to take place on Wednesday, but other big organizations that have more funding, more money, I won't name names, managed to swap the timing, so we ended up at the last minute, at the last time on this slot, while they presented their presentations on Wednesday. They took our spot. So where the money is, the power is, and it's ironic because this is a panel on data justice, and So what I want to say is, the world as it is tends to move from the most powerful to the most powerful tend to make the decisions. Whether I myself have done the research, especially around machine learning and AI, people with the, big corporations, people coming from elite universities, are centralizing huge amounts of research and empower when it comes to data and AI systems. I guess my final point would be, when we are talking about can these points is it possible, can they be realized? Then I would answer that question with another question. Can we move power from the most to the least powerful? That way, then we open up the forum, we open up the door for these issues to be realized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Alison. Sorry, the online people couldn't hear you.
I'm surprised they haven't been cut off, but we are being pushed out of the room. The next session panel is starting. I was just saying that despite Abeba's observations that we'd been shifted out to the graveyard slot of the conference, the panel was so exciting that I think we've had lovely attendance, and we'll continue those conversations offline. And I was thanking very much the RIA team that's put this together. So thank you all, take care and travel safely. Bye.
Recording in progress. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. Good morning or good evening, wherever you are in the world and where you're joining us from. We have 2 minutes and we are going to start this session sharp. So let us just wait for the last speakers to join us and we will be starting. 1 minute now. So welcome again, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to this session on digital skills for protection and participation online, organized in the framework of the Internet Governance Forum. My name is Jenny Arana, and I work on digital inclusion in the International Telecommunication Union. So we will have, to start this session, some remarks from Mr. Marco Obiso, who is the ITU head of the Security Division and the acting chief of the Digital Network and Society Department. Marco, please join us and give us your remarks.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, everyone. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Well, thanks, Jenny, for the nice introduction. Everyone, hello. Really sorry I couldn't be there. It looked like it's really, really nice event. So yeah, I've been asked to provide some initial open remarks, and well, I think the session speaks on itself in a sense, because we are talking about we are going to talk about a digital skill from one side, and then the objective of why we want to build critical digital skills is for protection and participation online of children, youth, and women and girls. And we know what is the role of digital nowadays, what are the opportunities that can generate. But at the same time, we are seeing more and more the close connection between safe use of ICT, safe use of digital landscape, a digital platform, digital services, with the critical need of making sure that there is a certain basic knowledge that needs to be acquired by whoever is accessing. And this is more and more valid specifically for youth, for children, for women and girls, in order to acquire the tools and the skill necessary to reap the full benefit of today's digital world. And this is what, in a sense, ITU is trying to advocate since forever, I would say. So we try to promote an inclusive digital society where everyone, everywhere, can benefit from the digital power. Of course, I mean, there are some basic functional and digital literary skills that everyone knows. But what I think it's important to convey is that this is really, really a precondition, without which children and youth and all citizens are unable to access, read, write, input, and upload information, participate in pool, or express themselves in a manner permitting them to digitally engage in their community. So, of course, digital skill is becoming a precondition, and is becoming a condition for children and youth, not only to make their voice heard, but also to participate in matters that are relevant to them, and to become really fully 100% digital citizens. So again, for me, the key message here, the stress is there is the aspect of making ICT secure, which is part of what we do, and what the community at large is doing to ensuring that there is a certain safe experience attached to access to digital services and access to the digital platform and to the digital world. But this cannot go without having an understanding that digital skills, having an understanding that the competencies, even basic competencies by everyone is accessing, are really, really something that is needed and it's imperative to have. So the idea here is also that at a time where digital technologies are radically changing the society, it is crucial to access these issues so that to address these issues so that all can take full advantage of the opportunities. And capacity building effort for children, youth, girls and women, and also educators, parents, carers, policymakers, and the ICT industry are, again, as I said, fundamental in increasing awareness, skills, literacy, and resilience of internet users and co-creating safer and more accessible environment. I think there is something that we have started to do since long time in ITU. Maybe this is something I could share through an initiative which is called Child Online Protection, which is really aimed at kind of ensuring, as I said, safe experience for mainly for kids, for the youth as a whole. But we now recently, how can I say, align this with the Equal Global Partnership, which is basically a really global partnership about assuring equal access and about also dealing what we call a digital gender gap in a sense. So we have kind of aligned the two initiative. And in collaboration with stakeholders on the field, we have undertaken the development of digital literacy education activity for a range of demographic and stakeholders to encourage capacity building effort in a variety of online contexts. And the development of capacity building project targeting an underrepresented group can really help ensuring that every child and every young person could benefit safely from the concept of meaningful connectivity. So I will stop here because I think, it's much better to have an interactive discussion than someone just talking, but I just wanted maybe to give, this initial thoughts for reflection that might be, Katie, might be useful for you, Jenny, for the rest of the panels. Thanks a lot for the opportunity and really wish you a good continuation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marco, for sharing these insights with us. And indeed, it's very inspiring to know that all the work that's being done around the world on the topic of online safety. And indeed, it is important to note that the power of partnerships is really key to advance the digital divide, and in particular to make the internet a place where all the people have the right to participate, to be safe, and this in particular for girls, for youth, for women, for children. So before we present our distinguished panelists, I would like to invite you to watch a video on the experiences of students that participated just last week on some online safety trainings that were delivered by the ITU in Burundi, in line with the initiative mentioned by Marco, Child Online Protection, and also the experiences of their teachers who took part on a train of trainers for educators. They tell us why the topic of safety online is important, in particular for children. So please watch this video.
J'ai retenu que les femmes et les filles sont les plus. J'ai étudié à ce qui concerne la sécurité en ligne. J'ai retenu que les femmes et les filles sont les plus exposées aux dangers qu'on trouve en ligne. Il y a des gens comme les garçons pirates comme par exemple les sites web des femmes en mettant des photos de femmes nues pour qui peut leur causer des problèmes envers la société.
Nous avons étudié sur la sécurité en ligne. Nous avons vu les impacts des réseaux sociaux et nous avons vu comment nous pouvons.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. This video is supposed to have subtitles. We will be sharing it with you later via a link on the chat. But thank you so much, and we will be showing it later on. So now, after this, we would like to invite two young participants that are today in the public that are keen to share with us their experiences on digital skills development and capacity building. There are two students from the Menelik Secondary School in Addis Ababa, and they also have participated on some trainings on online safety a few weeks ago. So thank you very much, Solomon. I invite you to share with us your thoughts, maybe 1-2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. As you said, my name is Solomon Mabre, and I'm from Menelik Secondary School. I would like to tell you some about our status in that course. In that course, we were taking, or we were discussing about some about cyber security, cyber attacks, and what are those, and the definition of them. And also, we were trying to see the solutions to some common ordinary attacks. With our trainee, we try to take some experiences and also take some knowledge. As we know, in our country, there are a lot of problems with literacy. So, according to that, to talk about these benefits or this course essentiality, we need to see relative to our status. So, it should be encouraged, and it's so important.
Thank you so much, Solomon, for your thoughts. And now I'd like to invite Ermias Tadesse.
Thank you for giving me this chance. I'm from Menelik Secondary School. We were together, so we share some idea, but I also need to add some on this kind of course. Should carried. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ermias, and thank you, Solomon, for sharing your experiences and really for highlighting the importance of the conversation we're having today. It is youth like you, it is children that are at the center of the work that we are discussing today, and it's very important to know that you are receiving, some training, some capacity development on the skills that are necessary for you to access the internet, access digital platforms in a safe manner. So thank you so much. And with no further ado, I would like to quickly introduce you to our panelists. To keep with time, I will just mention their names and the roles and organizations they represent. And once we start the questions to the panel, they are welcome to add anything else on their roles and experience in their area of work. So today we have with us Lilian Kariuki. She's the Executive Director of Watoto Watch Network Kenya, and she's joining us remotely. We also have Hilary Bakri. She's an Associate Program Officer on Youth, Innovation and Technology at the Office of the United Nations Secretary General's Envoy on Youth. She's also joining us remotely. Luisa Sotomayor, Child Participation Expert at the Office of the Special Representative for Violence Against Children for the UN Secretary General. She's also joining us remotely. Mr. Francis Kubairo, Director of ICT and Infrastructure and Equals Focal Point in Burundi, who is joining us here, and he's sitting next to me. Ms. Tamara Dancheva, Senior International Relations Manager at GSMA and co-chair of the Equals Skills Coalition, and joining us remotely. And here again with us in the room, Sava Tiku Beyene, member of the ITU Generation Connect and Generation Connect Youth Envoy, and also an ISOC IGF Youth Ambassador. So this is, everybody, our brilliant panel. And we are very, very glad that they are here with us and they are going to share all their insights and their work on the topic that concerns us today. Thank you all for joining us today. It has been proved that we still have a long way to go before we close the digital divide. And digital skills for protection and participation online have become a #1 topic to address. Once access to infrastructure and ICTs, of course, is provided. So let me start first by asking each of our panelists about the challenges and the to-dos from their own experiences and from what they have observed more generally in the industry and in the sector that they are working on. So I will start with Lilian from Watoto Watch Network. So the Watoto Watch Network is an NGO that is active in the African region, supporting digital skills development and online safety education with children and young people. Lilian, can you tell us more about the importance of the issue in the region and globally, and what it means for children and young people to access safely an online environment? What are the challenges that remain, and how can we really tackle them by working together and with children and young people? Please, Lilian, go ahead. Lilian, is Lilian connected?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Lilian Karaoke, and I'm the executive director for an organization called Watoto Watch Network, which is in Kenya. It's an NGO that has been running child online safety programs for now the last 10 years. And yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you for connecting me on video. Just
go ahead, Lilian. We can see you and we can hear you.
Okay. Give me just 1 minute. Yeah, we've been running awareness programs in Kenya for the last 10 years. And I would say the important thing is in terms of raising awareness and just give me 1 sec. Sorry for the hitch. So we run awareness sessions in Kenya, and we run them in partnerships with organizations such as UNICEF, Walt Disney, and also we work with very closely with government organizations such as the Communications Authority. And when it comes to challenges, what I'd like to say is for the last 10 years, we've been witnessing a lot of challenges that differ from time to time. And the important thing here is, I would say, is collaboration, because child online protection is not one person's responsibility. It is everybody's responsibility. And one of the advantages that I'd say in terms of Kenya and working together is when it comes to, we have a task force that collaborates on matters child online safety. And what the task force does is when it comes to the trends that we see on online safety matters, we get to meet frequently, and we collaborate and talk on how to better work on the issues that come across when we are online. And the task force is formed by different agencies. That is the government, which is Communications Authority. We work with the police. We work with NGOs, because we believe collaboration is the best way to go about handling matters online safety. But I also want to shed a bit of light when it comes to global trends that we've seen and also regional trends. One of the things is research has been playing a very big part in sharing or informing us on methodologies on how to tackle matters online. And of late, we've seen a lot of input from different research organizations. And I want to shed light on one of a major research that has touched on quite a number of countries in Africa, about 7 countries. And it is called the Disrupting Harm research. And with each country has made different strides when it comes to tackling online safety. And when you go into looking into that particular research, it is under endviolence.org website. You'll get to understand the position of different countries when it comes to tackling online safety matters. I want to stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lillian, for sharing your insights on this and your experience. Now I would like to invite Luisa, and just to remind you all that each of the speakers have 3 minutes to give us your answers. So, Luisa, the mandate of the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Violence Against Children has been advocating for children's online participation and engagement to tackle violence against children. Can you share a little bit more about the interlinkages between these two, and what evidence you base the approach on, and how you engage children on the matter? At the same time, could you share your thoughts on what we can do together and with children to tackle violence against children in the online environment? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'll try and answer everything in 3 minutes. So I'm going to set the timer now. Yes, so I want to tell you a bit about how we have used the evidence that we have seen on the way children are using their digital skills to address violence against children, and how we're using that to help children be safer. So during COVID, when services were interrupted in over 100 countries and children were not being able to access support around violence against children, child helplines experienced an increase of almost 20% of their online staffs and volunteers, right? Children were using the online world to ask for help and to access safety. We saw how in many situations, those children who had access to the online world had possibilities of accessing safety, and those who did not. Right? We also saw how children themselves were using the online environment to create solutions to address the protection needs of their peers. For example, we saw an amazing experience from a girl in Poland, and to address domestic violence and gender-based violence, she developed a website which was a fake cosmetics website. And depending on the product that you wanted to buy, the type of violence you needed support around. And you could talk to a sales assistant who was actually a protection officer who would guide you through your experience and connect you with the police if you needed help. But that was an adolescent girl using digital platforms to create protection. And we're seeing how helplines are supporting children and young people through the internet. That means that there's another side of the coin to the online world. We know that the online world poses risks for children, and digital skills and digital safety training is critical for children to be safe online. But we also know how the online world is an entry point to protection. Therefore, digital skills are also a way of bridging children with protection services. If children have digital literacy, if they know how the online world works, they're able to access more protection and safety. So we came together, different organizations with ITU, with the Office of the Envoy on Youth, who is going to be presenting in this panel, with the private sector like Lego, like Walt Disney, with UNICEF, Child Aid International, and we came together and we created an initiative called POP, Protection Through Online Participation. And what we're doing is we're first mapping all these systems that are supporting children through online means. We have mapped over 4,000 helplines. I think I ran out of time, sorry. And What we're going to be mapping child and youth-led solutions, collecting evidence to see how children or youth are creating solutions through the online world, analyzing all of these results to make recommendations for UN agencies, for the private sector, for governments and policymakers, for children and young people themselves on how to implement or improve these systems. Basically, we're using the evidence of what children or youth are doing online to access protection, to make sure that those online protection systems are strengthened and are providing the support that children need. I'm going to stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Luisa, and indeed, thank you so much for sharing more information on this great partnerships, really that can really further the work that we're discussing here today on online safety for children. Perhaps this is a good time to try and show you the video again, if the technical support can help us. We will show you this video of students in Burundi who received the trainings on online safety. Thank you so much.
J'ai étudié à ce qui concerne la sécurité en ligne. J'ai retenu que les femmes et les filles sont les plus exposées aux dangers qu'on trouve en ligne. Il y a des gens comme les garçons pirates, comme par exemple les sites web des femmes en mettant des photos de femmes nues qui peut leur causer des problèmes envers la société.
Nous avons étudié sur la sécurité en ligne. Nous avons vu les impacts des réseaux sociaux et nous avons vu comment nous pouvons se protéger contre ces impacts. Comme conclusion, nous avons vu que si quelqu'un que tu ne connais pas te demande t'envoie un message pour se protéger, tu peux refuser de lui répondre. Et nous avons vu que si quelqu'un te demande des mauvaises choses, tu peux le bloquer et c'est comme ça que le jour a passé. Merci.
Moi, le nom c'est Elias Sibonio. Je suis le coordinateur de programme au sein de l'IPES du Burundi. Ça a été un honneur pour cette journée. On a vu l'introduction sur la sécurité en ligne. Et comme nous avons cette école technique interprovinciale pour filles, c'est indispensable pour elles pour qu'ils sachent l'élément à quoi elles s'attendent si une fois elles sont sur les réseaux sociaux, l'internet, etc. Et peuvent être attaquées, piratées par n'importe quelle personne mal intentionnée qui les envoie de photos de personnes nues ou bien les trucs pour des questions de commerce, de jeux d'intérêt. Donc c'est super important pour ces jeunes filles qui continuent à étudier, étant même intégrées dans le monde des TIC, à savoir comment se protéger. Donc le monde actuel qui est digital égorge aussi des personnes mal intentionnées qui visent les femmes, comme ce sont des vraies cibles dans la cybersécurité, des attaques. Il faut qu'elles sachent comment se protéger et ne pas tout simplement cliquer sur n'importe quelle information via l'internet ou bien les réseaux sociaux. Ça a été alors un honneur de notre part, de la part de nos jeunes filles et élèves, et aussi ça a été un honneur pour le Burundi. Et si ce programme pouvait continuer, on aurait des résultats vraiment impeccables, durables, et ces enfants pourraient disséminer le message de la sécurité en ligne, de la promotion de droit de l'enfant, droit à la sécurité, droit au rassemblement, même droit à la communication. Et on a même entendu qu'il y a un numéro vert du ministère de la Solidarité 116 dont ils pouvaient se référer pour demander secours une fois ils voient que ce harcèlement dépasse les normes. Merci beaucoup. Merci pour l'ICOS. Merci pour les partenaires. Merci pour le ministère de TIC. Merci à tout le monde. Nous sommes ravis de votre support, ravis de ce programme, ravis de cette journée. Merci.
So thank you all for watching this video. Yes, this is, the results, what we can see from these trainings on online safety. It is indeed essential for children, for youth, and adults to develop a scope on how children's rights and their human rights apply to online spaces, and to be empowered to participate and to co-create these spaces, and also to learn the measures that they can take to improve their experiences online. So now we are going to go back to our panel, and I would like to invite Francis to share with us his experience. So Francis, from your perspective, as a representative of the Ministry of ICT in Burundi, and as an active member of the Equals Global Partnership for Gender Equality in the Digital Age, which is co-funded, by the way, and hosted by the ITU. What is the experience, Francis, in Burundi on safety online, and what should governments do to make the internet a safe place, and in particular for young women, for girls, for children in general?
Thank you, Madam Jenny. As others said, the rapid advancement of ICTs increased the opportunities for communication and the use of ICT in a number of innovating ways. So, however, ICT are also harming and threatening women and girls in a number of ways. So technology-assisted violence against women and girls is emerging as a global problem in Burundi, as we consider that issue that we have to solve, but we also consider that ICT is a tool to empower women. So that's why we joined ECOL since 2018. And from that, Burundi, we are drafting a strategy that mainstreaming gender in the digital economy, because we do consider that digitalization is a very opportunity for women. So in my country, for example, I think 60 to 7% of the women, the population, that are women. So, so far, many programs related to digital skills have been organized. So young women and girls are encouraged through programs developed at national level, in the high schools, and even if with uneducated women, to be familiarized with digital skills. And also program developed by our partners like ITU, GSMA, and the Equals partners, in order to empower young women and girls to become familiar with ICTs is very, very important for us. So the support of also from society, civil societies, and with international partnership as well, as I mentioned, they are very important, as we are committed that women could play a pioneering role in reducing what we call gender computer illiteracy. And as a policymaker, so far we are drafting national strategies and policies related to protection of data, cybersecurity in general, but also we are planning with ITU and the partners such as ECOS, GSMA, an online protection strategy with a focus on privacy, security, and the internet rights, as they are vital concerns of young women and girls who need a safe place to train, learn, and benefit from innovation and the communication technologies, and the benefit that we are coming with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis. Really commendable efforts that the government of Burundi is making on the ground to make the internet a safer place for women and girls, and to work a little bit, in partnership with organizations around the world, including Equals, to improve the situation that we have at the moment. Thank you so much for that. And now I would like to invite Hillary, and I have a question for Hillary. In this digital age, the lives of young people and children today are really heavily interconnected to their online presence and to their activities online. So the evolution of digital spaces continues to develop rapidly, and youth around the world continue to feel the impact, while policymakers and industry players are still navigating the rules of the internet and the role of digital spaces in shaping youth lives. So from the work of the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Youth, Hilary, what do you perceive as the main parts of this fundamental challenge? I think you are muted. We cannot hear you. Could you try again, Hilary? We have no sound.
Using the same, how about now?
Now, yes, please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much for that, for being patient. And thank you again for the question. I think the fundamental challenge is that young people are often left without a choice in deciding the course of the digital future itself. You know, young people are often excluded from spaces that shape technology and the course of the internet, which is the lifeline of digital transformation, despite the fact that they are the most connected generation. We know that 71% young people are using the internet, which is a huge number of population. And at the moment, I think current digital policies are not doing enough to take young people's perspective and demands into consideration. Just to bring up an example, in a consultation led by UNICEF in 3 countries, it is found that when it comes to shaping policies for AI technologies, it says that adults and is not are often consulted, but we're not considered to be decision makers. And even in the industries and in private sectors and industry players, we're also now seeing a trend of advisory and oversight board, but not enough youth represented present there. And then to add to that, even access to join these processes of shaping digital development is very much still difficult for young people to navigate. I believe there was also data where out of the 169 countries that reported modalities for stakeholders to collaborate with national ICT regulator, informal coordination seems to be the main modality. And that itself, I think, is already contradicting with the meaningful youth engagement principles, where youth engagement should be transparent, accessible, and also institutionally mandated. Um, I'm highlighting all of this because I think this is also why it's important for us to gather here, not to only address that policy challenge itself, but also highlight that these fundamental challenges is further enabled with the structural barrier of access to comprehensive education on this topic. As highlighted by the Global Framework on Digital Literacy, competence in navigating digital aspect is equally as important. Evidently, many young people are still lacking the opportunity to have education system address this aspect of digital literacy, in particular, having the competence to be able to protect your data, privacy, and also well-being in online spaces. And having access to education on this topic is the very key to build digital skills that will for young people that young people really need, not only on a practical level but also on participatory level. And we all know that the reality is very clear. If we want to implement inclusive and safe online spaces and access to rights respecting technology, we have to stop excluding young people from these processes, and we have to start equipping them with the right tools, the right access, the right education and skills and resources to address this fundamental challenge. And I think, again, this is why our conversation here is very important, because we can see even from the previous panelists that have spoken, the young people that have also shared their perspective, that in order to address this fundamental challenge, it would require intervention from all angles, from policy to practice to education. And the key here is collaboration. And this will only be made possible if institutions come together with policymakers, industry leaders, as well as young people, like how we're gathering here today, but also through different initiatives, as of my colleague Luisa just highlighted earlier, like through multi-stakeholder initiative, like the one that we're currently doing on bringing on together partners from academia, industry, the United Nations, and policymaker to join our efforts to map how young people are staying safe online through peer-to-peer support. So I think really to address the fundamental challenge, collaboration is needed at every level. Thank you, Jenny, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Hilary, and thank you so much for reminding us of the importance of, meaningful youth engagement and inclusion in conversations. It's important to understand what their perspectives are, and what their situations are, and what they are expecting from us, from policymakers, from international organizations, NGO, and any other organization involved in this work. So thank you for your thoughts. I would like now to turn to Saba, who is here with us in the room, and I wanted to ask you, Saba. So you have been active on online safety-related topics from a very young age, I hear, and you're a very active Generation Connect Youth Envoy and ISOC Youth Ambassador. So why is this matter, the matter of online safety, important to you, and what actions would you like to see from decision makers, such as the ones participating today in this dialogue and probably in the room and connected remotely? And what can they do to better address the challenges that young people of your age face online?
Okay, thank you, Jen, for the question. So let's say on the issue of sexuality, many girls don't really have the chance to talk about or what happens after they are grown up, because in some areas of my country, adults don't really talk about these issues. So the only place they will learn about those issues and everything is on internet. So young people, like children, use digital technologies for everyday activities like keeping in touch with friends on social media, relaxing and doing schoolworks or homeworks. They also go online to look for support on physical or mental health problems, and sometimes to experiment with different ways of expressing themselves. Because I am online so much without any supervision, I need to be able to identify acceptable and unacceptable online content independently. I also need to know how to behave respectfully online and avoid online risks that may come. So what I would like to address to decision makers here is that to better address this challenge in a matter that education should be extended to parents, educators, policymakers in ICT industries to support their role in promoting child online safety. Digital training and digital literacy are also one of the better ways to address those challenges. In addition to promoting internet access for girls, we must also make sure that their online spaces are safe and enabling. In today's world, girls and all children need to be equipped for a digital future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saba, for sharing your insights on this topic, and very important indeed. There are, all around the world, children and young people accessing the internet, and sometimes unsupervised, they can, find misinformation, and it's important that they have the tools and they have, the empowerment and the encouragement to find the right information and to have the help from policymakers on the ground so that this is a reality for them. I would like now to turn to Tamara, who is joining us remotely. Tamara, so GSMA has played a critical role on mobile access, in particular for women and girls. And as a co-founder of Equals, so to what extent can public-private partnerships, such as the Equals Global Partnership, address this issue? And are there any best practices that the private sector, not least the mobile and tech industries, can adopt to accelerate the digital skills protection and participation online. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and I'll try to be brief. It's a very complicated topic. I know I have only 3 minutes, and I have the privilege of wearing 2 hats. One is GSMA, representing the global mobile industry, and one as co-founder and co-chair of the Skills Coalition of the Equals Global Partnership. So please allow me first to present the mobile industry perspective, which is critical. Digital skills trainings and online safety must go hand in hand, right? So why? On the one hand, GSMA research does indicate that across low and middle income countries, a lack of literacy and digital skills is very much a top barrier when it comes to mobile internet adoption among all users, particularly, of course, for women and girls as more vulnerable, not least because, of course, they are less educated. And that translates, of course, in inability to utilize mobile technology. It prevents access in the first instance, and then certainly adoption of mobile internet. So you can now see how any digital, of course, skills training needs to take that into account. At the same time, safety concerns and staying safe online is also among top barriers. Therefore, it's not enough when we discuss digital skills programs for women and girls to exclude modules on online safety, because while certainly access to a mobile phone can play an important role in making sure women feel safe, equally it can prevent them from staying online or even connecting in the first instance, because of course they may feel harassed, and very often they are. They may have other concerns stemming from their family and cultural environment that perceives usage of mobile phone inappropriate in their culture for various reasons. Of course, it can also be that simply, they're scared to be exposed to any fraud that they may encounter online, etc. So that's why these issues need to be looked at as a package. And one of the best practices that GSMA has to offer, including, of course, to governments, to answer the second part of your question, is our mobile internet skills training toolkit, or in short, we refer to it as MIST, which is a set of free 12 modules that teach users, including women, on how to use the mobile internet, and one of the modules is on online safety. So I highly encourage all of you to, of course, look into this tool. Anyone can download it, and of course we engage with governments and other stakeholders when it comes to training them on this toolkit and showcasing them how they can use it, of course, to advance these issues. And of course, we also work with our mobile network operators on this. Now, very quickly to touch on your second part of the question, more broadly on the importance of public-private partnerships. We just, of course, mentioned GSMA as a co-founder of the Equals Global Partnership. We also heard from my fellow co-chair, Marco, about the importance of that. Because we recognize how important this issue is, we co-founded 2 years ago a global initiative called Equals Her Digital Skills, which you also heard about a little bit earlier from our colleagues in Burundi. And at the core of this initiative, as the name implies, is free gender transformative digital skills trainings for women and girls. And once again, the module on online safety plays a core part. And here I want to thank ITU for the excellent collaboration on this. Of course, they're also one of the core co-founders of the initiative, because we both agreed that we cannot offer such trainings unless and until we make sure that those we're trying to reach, of course, feel online, because that in and of itself will also encourage a higher uptake of digital skills training. So I will pause here and, of course, share more best practices during the second half of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tamara, and thank you for sharing those best practices. I think I would like now to give the floor to anyone in the room who has any questions for our panelists. If you can introduce yourselves and maybe tell us to whom you are addressing your question. Please please go ahead, use the microphone.
First of all, I would like to thank ITU for coordinating this event and moderating. I too have a background on doing these kinds of events. I was one of the trainer in African Girls Can Code in 2019 in African Union on cybersecurity, and I was a trainer, and giving those girls this tool and training was great, and you are continuing to do in different ways. My question for any of the panelists is, every year the number of youth and children that are go through having a technology tools on their hand, maybe a mobile phone or connect with the internet, with laptops or tablets. Each year is in hundreds, in each country in hundreds of thousands. So supplying the training and reaching all those children that are connecting with this technology, it's an intensive budget taking activity. I have been, I am still, and I have been in a P2P digital development roundtable, which is organized by the ITU, and we have given a pledge for doing something. So I am from a civil society organization. I am leading a civil society organization called I-Square. So as an organization in Ethiopia, we have pledged to give a cybersecurity awareness for girls in needs and teenagers that are vulnerable for the technology, but still must be included on the digital world. So on this area, how is ITU supporting regionally, specifically regional, because it is from the Geneva and supporting ITU regionally? How is supportive the regional office regarding supporting especially on this area? But the first question, it is two questions. I already. The first question is how can we reach for the panelists, and for ITU, it is a budget taking. So using those P2P digital development roundtables members pledges, especially on those area, how are you cooperative in regional level? This is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. I'd like to ask any of the panelists who would like to answer on the question that was just posed.
I'm happy to quickly jump in. So if my understanding is water, of course, how can we make sure that such initiatives also trickle on a regional level, right? So I just mentioned equals for digital skills, and I'm glad you mentioned cybersecurity, because as a matter of fact, this is a very new curriculum that we just started offering 2 months ago with the support of one of GSMA's members, Verizon, who helped develop it. And actually, we are trying to roll it out regionally. In fact, just recently we had a workshop with over 100 girls, most of which were from Lesotho, Kenya, and Uganda. So I think, you know, that's why it's important to continue to raise awareness, right? Because very often we, you know, and by we, I mean myself, of course, here based in the global north, we tend to have, right, sometimes a very narrow perspective. You know, trainings such as introduction to cybersecurity, for example, in Lesotho, are, you know, just simply not available. And this actually very much occurred when we were in touch with our partners on the ground discussing, you know, offering this training. So I cannot emphasize enough how much raising awareness is critical here, and of course partnering, you know, for the purpose of offering such expertise where you know, none exists. But this is again here why the power of public-private partnerships is critical. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamara. And we have now 8 minutes till the end of the session. I see there are 2 more questions in the room that I've spotted. So if you could please pose your question very quickly, and I'll invite and tell us from which panelist you would like the answer. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jutta Kroll from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation, also representing the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment. And my question goes mainly to the young panelists, because I would like to know, we've heard a lot about digital literacy training and education, and from a child rights perspective, we would say we need a balanced approach between what service providers could do in regard of precautionary measures to protect children, and how this could be combined with education like digital literacy, for example. How do young people understand when they register for a service and their profile, for example, is as a precautionary measure set on private, so that they can expand then their circle of contacts? And that's my interest, how you appreciate that, whether you know about precautionary measures that are already implemented in the services. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Saba, would you like to give your response to this question?
Maybe if someone would like to answer, I will proceed then.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Yes, perhaps I don't know if from any of you, do you have any thoughts on that? Okay. I think yes, we will move to the last question. Please go ahead very quickly, very briefly.
My name is Naza Nicholas Krama from Tanzania Internet Society, Tanzania chapter. I'm glad to be here. I would like to go back to the topic, digital skills for protection and participation. Our population is about 62 million people, and we believe that it is very critical to have digital skills for women and young people. Why? Because they are important members of the society. Not, I'm not saying that because men are not, but for example, we have been able to train about 1,200 young men and women on digital skills. And what we have discovered is that there is a gap in terms of critical basic skills. You find people are not changing their passwords in a time that is appreciated to be able to protect them online, and also the digital skills to be able to participate in the digital economy as they should, and also to protect themselves is very critical. So I'll be happy to cooperate with anybody who is doing those interventions in other countries to exchange experience, to see what we can also do differently. Because if you are talking about interventions in Tanzania in the population of 62 million people, and we as Internet Society we have been only able to train about 1,200 people against the population, you see there is a huge gap. So thank you so much, and I look forward to exchanging information with you guys.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, and I'm sure our panelists can share some information with you about this. So now, before we have 4 minutes to finalize on the panel. So I want to just invite all the panelists to close with one final thought, one action, one call to action, and to share what action is your organization taking to make sure that children, youth, women, girls stay at the center of policies, programs to address safety online. In 1 minute, perhaps I'd like to invite quickly Lillian.
Thank you so much for that. And in terms of addressing matters on policy and encouraging children to join in and take part in policy matters, one of our key organization objectives is to ensure that children and policymakers get to sit down together in terms of if a law is being developed. We create a platform in terms of workshops and forums where they sit together and children are able to give their views directly to the policymakers. And I'm glad to say that one of the big wins in this 2022 in terms of policy, we now have a new Children's Act in Kenya that has incorporated child online safety matters. So that is one very big win for us. And children played a very big role in inputting information in regards to that act. And in matters awareness, as for awareness, this is our day-to-day responsibility as an organization. And together with our partners, we will continue running sensitization programs in the schools and in the youth centers. That is an ongoing commitment towards safety of children online.
Thank you so much, Lilian. Very quickly, Luisa, a few seconds, maybe share with us a call to action.
To involve children, girls, and young people in drafting, ideating programs and policies that affect their well-being by bridging the gap, understanding what children and young people are doing, which technologies are they using, and how they're adapting them to meet their needs, and incorporating them in discussions related to their well-being when it comes to programs and policies. Thank you so much. Over.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Hillary. Very quick call to action.
The call to action is to make sure that young people as well as children are not only consulted, but also engaged as equal partners. Also echoing what Luisa has shared, not only in policies, but also in many other different processes of policy, technology development. And I think also to make sure that collaboration through multi-stakeholder approach, as we're doing right now, is continued with young people being in the center of that collaboration. Back to you.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And Francis in the room, a call to action from your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to increase and improve our cooperation and partnership, and we are continuing our work towards the goal, including gender in our national strategies and policies to ensure that with women having productive role, economically empowered, with new doors open for their employabilities, but also to be skilled in digital skills, to be empowered in digital skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Saba, one quick call to action.
Okay, as a Generation Connects using VOI, I would like to say that young peoples, especially girls, has to be included equally and engaged in decision-making in different decision-making areas, and also enhancing their collaboration and engaging them in future workshops that addresses their abilities could be a huge opportunity for them. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Saba. And last but not least, Tamara, what would you like to share with us? A call to action, quickly.
Thank you so much. So our Connected Women research actually points that we need to raise awareness of online safety. What constitutes digital harassment? What are the threats that prevent women from accessing, of course, and using the internet? And why we should invest in digital literacy program. And I cannot emphasize this enough. And please let us not just target the women. Let us also target the men, because we need them on board just as much in raising awareness, and of course also in making sure that women have access to digital skills programs and education activities that include online safety trainings and modules. Thank you.
Fantastic, great message, Tamara, to close us off with this. And so we have come to the end of our session. We really thank you all very much for joining us, both online and in the room. We have a big audience, and I'm excited to have you all here with us. We are really looking forward to continue engaging and collaborating with you and have a great new session after.